Hello and welcome to Las Vegas. The sun has set on Vegas, but we are just getting started. The 2025 World Series of Poker main event, day 2. I am David Tuckman as we head inside the Horseshoe Event Center. 2 new featured tables. And I am alongside 2009 World Series of Poker main event champion, multiple bracelets to his name, Joe Cadda, Natalie Bodie on the floor. And we have quite a treat for you. 2 amazing tables, 4 hours of poker action. You might recognize that man right there, Steve Chidwick, as we look at our Splash Sports tournament format. $10,000 buy-in, 2-hour levels, 10 hours of poker a day, 4 starting day 1s, which will eventually combine on day 3. Take a look at our featured table. Nicholas Rigby, remember him, Joe?
Oh, I definitely remember Rigby. I mean, he's a fun one to watch. I'm super excited to be in the booth. Watching him play, he makes it very exciting. He plays a little street poker, so it should be exciting.
Street poker, without a doubt. And some other notables on these tables. We saw Chidwick. Of course, we saw Rigby. Chad Power, you're quite familiar with.
Yeah, I feel like Chad Powers and Rigby are going to get in some confrontation because Chad does not like backing down, and Chad's, I played with him on day 1, and he's an excellent player, so it should be fun to watch.
And no doubt about it. We have 4 great hours in store for you. I want to thank you all for joining us. We will be paying attention to the chat, so those of you joining us on PokerGo and Poker on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I see you all in the chat. We'll do our best to kind of stay on top of that over the next 4 hours. Franklin all in for just 9,500, which amounts to about 6 big blinds.
Got a quick all in here. Can't fold with that price.
Knapp is going to make the call. We'll get to know these players a little bit as we go through. That is Matthew Franklin, who is at risk, and Renee Knapp, who has made the call. Knapp on 174,000. Blinds now 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. It's a good start for the Queen Jack.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to win with. So.
So as we watch this unfold, and I think it's a foregone conclusion that the 23,000 chips are going to go to the all-in player. 9 years ago, well actually no, I should say 7 years ago, you make the final table, 2018. 9 years, 7 years before, 9 years before that, my math is terrible.
Yeah.
You win it all, okay? You bunch of bracelets in the middle of all of it. What does this event mean to you?
I mean, it's the most prestigious event there is in poker. I mean, this is the biggest event for anyone that's in poker. It's, you know, it's our Super Bowl basically for poker. So, I mean, just the prestige. I mean, this is what grew poker, WSOP, and the World Series of Poker on ESPN. So, I mean, there's nothing like it really, especially with the blind structure, all the new players that come out for a $10,000 buy-in. I mean, it's great.
You know, the one thing you brought up, you figured there's going to be some conflicts between Power and Rigby. The fact that they're next to each other isn't going to hurt that.
Yeah, I definitely see them colliding. Powers, you know, he won't back down from confrontation. He's not scared to get involved, and obviously Rigby isn't either, and they're right next to each other with a lot of chips, so it should be interesting.
3,000. 3,000.
There we go.
On cue. Power raising the 3,000. That's a min raise. Rigby calling in position. I'm going to need some Oreos at some point if Chad's going to be on the show. I mean, 8-6-3. So we got a gut shot.
Some money will be going in.
Oh, it's all going in.
Some money will be going in, that's for sure. You gotta imagine that Chad's not gonna stop after 1 bet here, unless he hits like a 7. Oh, this is interesting. Rigby's already starting off with a raise. I like it. There's a lot of bad turn cards. You know, this isn't a bad flop for the flatter on the button. He has a lot of suited connectors, small pairs. So it's going to really slow down Chad a lot of the time. But as we see, Chad's not slowing down.
No, and well, you predicted a conflict. Did you know it was going to be 2 hands in? Wow. Gloves are off. And the 70,000 in the pot. One player has 10 high. The other player has, well, now a pair of 7s. The other player has a pair of 6s.
So this is one of the few cards that I could see Chad slowing down with, because now he has showdown value and I got shot. So I expect him to check a lot of times here.
By the way, the 9 comes off. That is just disastrous for Rigby. He checks it back. River's not a 9. It is a diamond, though. A check, and Power strikes first.
Yeah, that 7 kind of ruined our excitement for this hand because it caused the checks. I think any other card that Chad's likely to continue barreling it would be interested to see how Rigby would play it.
Rigby, a man of many nicknames. Gers, Riggs, Rigbinus, Great Girdsby, Girthby, Harry Eaton. His best main event finish back in 2021, where he finished in 52nd place. That's his biggest score to date as well. 37 years old, out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
He has more nicknames than Babe Ruth.
I love this. Married, he says, I'm in the middle. I need to buy a ring. Shout out Little Boo.
I like the hobby, 3-betting light.
He is certainly one of the more fun players to watch. Maybe not so much fun. I mean, I imagine he's fun to play with, but tough to play with.
Yeah, I mean, you want players like Rigby at your table. I'm not saying that, like, you know, he's not going to be a tough player, but you want people putting money in the pot and, you know, making the game exciting and building up the pots, people playing hands that they're not supposed to. It's always good for poker.
Chad Power raising once again, this time with King 9. Chad Power, tournament winning $645,000. Has one final table here at the World Series of Poker. His best main event finish was back in 2015, where he finished 26th.
Yeah, he was at my starting table, and he made an amazing call on day 1. I think it was level 2 or level 1. He called 47K on the river into 11K pot with 3rd pair.
Level 1?
It was level 1 or level 2.
Wow.
The board was ace, king, 10, 9, 8, and he called 47K on the river with pocket queens into 11K pot. And he was correct. So he's not scared to make those big calls, go with his gut, go with his instinct. He's a very dangerous player.
That's a huge skill. I mean, I feel like there are a lot of poker players out there that maybe can think through a hand, but then don't have the courage, or for lack of better words, the balls, to follow through with their instinct.
Yeah, it makes it especially tough when you're playing against, you know, players
95.
that you don't know, like, you know, for example, like when the guy had like king 3 off, like a bad king that he's like turning into a bluff or something like that. Like, there's all these little things that come into play when you play with an inexperienced player. Like, is this guy willing to bluff off his main event this early? So there's a lot of variables there, and you know, he came to the right decision on the river. It was a pretty amazing call, to be honest.
3-bet here from Rigby. Cronin deciding what to do. Makes the call. That is Sean Cronin.
Wow. It's always nice seeing the 8 as the window card, right? Get pocket 8s, you're in a lot of difficult situations on most flops until you see that 8 right in the window.
Certainly makes the game a lot easier when you flop sets. Yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, right before the break, right before the dinner break, we had a hand where, and I've seen everything, I feel like, and I was genuinely confused whether the guy was bluffing, value betting, just trying to figure it out. And I think you just get that in an event like this a lot.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to make sense of things when your opponent doesn't necessarily know exactly the reason why they're doing what they're doing. That's honestly a very underrated call by pocket 8s there. Like, if he would have check raised the flop, I mean, he just loses Rigby, and this is one of those flops that's pretty easy to check raise out of position, king high with your opponent 3-betting, draw heavy board. Like, props to Cronin for just flatting 8s and getting this extra 20K right here. Hopefully he can find another call.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really wet board. A lot of players are check raising that, right?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I don't blame him either going all in here. Rigby bet 20K. He would have another 26 left, so it seems unlikely to get bluffed on the, or for someone to really continue bluffing on the river if they were bluffing. So I don't fault the check raise all in on the turn. It was a really good call on his part to get that extra 20K though.
Yeah, it's 26,000 to win 102, but Rigby's got to think that there's a pretty good chance he's drawing dead here.
Yeah, Rigby's just, I just think he's trying to save face a little bit here. I don't think he has any intent in calling ever.
Sean Cronin, by the way, his profession, he's a treasure hunter.
That's very cool.
I don't know any treasure hunters.
I just watched a documentary not too long ago on Netflix with a treasure hunting thing where a guy, before he was going to pass away, he buried a treasure and made all these riddles and clues, and it became massive treasure hunt.
I kind of want to do that now. Cronin, by the way, 36 years old, out of Massachusetts, lives in California now. We head back over to the feature table, or I should say the other table. This is the Steve Chidwick table, and others, by the way.
Paul Newey's also at this table, I recognize.
Masato Yokosawa is at this table.
Another name.
So Kleeman with top pair, Bain with the overcards plus the gut shot.
Heads up.
5 on the turn. Okay, so not to pour salt on the wound, you were eliminated on day 1.
Yes.
You've had some deep runs here, but it's a special event. It only comes around once a year. Watching this now, being out of it, how does that feel?
Honestly, I can say most years, you know, I do have that kind of like that pit in the stomach when you bust the main, and you almost don't want to tune in because you know, you have that little jealousy. But this year, there was none of that. There was no like super intriguing hands I played on day 1. It was kind of just like, you know, just getting in bad spots and just, you know, overpair after overpair, draw after draw, missing. Just like standard poker spots that, and I honestly was really under the weather on day 1. I probably shouldn't have played day 1A, but after I busted, I mean, I've had a decent series and I wasn't really upset about it at all. It's just poker, to be honest.
There's a look at Masato Yokosawa. We were talking about it earlier, how, you know, Doyle Brunson used to say the day you get knocked out of the main event is the worst day of the year. But I guess if it's I don't know, maybe if it's day 1, you're not as invested already.
Yeah.
Although Jared Blesnick said that it was the worst beat of his life. He was distraught.
Yeah, I was just telling you earlier, like that Jared Blesnick hand, I had a deja vu hand like a few years back in the main event where it was like on day 3 and it was a 6-bet pot. I had aces and it was over 1 million chips in the middle. It was like a chip lead pot, and the guy had pocket 8 somehow and it just came 8 high, and he just wrecked my face. And I'll never forget that hand, and that Jared hand completely reminded me of that hand.
Get a raise here from Mark Cavish.
I think the only other time I didn't really feel that bad about busting the main was when I took 5th in 2018, just because the first day I bagged 11,700 chips. And I was short the whole tournament. It was just like kind of just surviving and just staying in there. And next thing you know, I'm like super deep, and now I'm at the final table, and it's just like.
Did you ever have above average that day? That tournament?
I don't know. Like, probably not. Like, I felt like I was short the whole tournament, so it was like a miracle to get 5th. And when I went out 5th, I'm like, all right, it was my time. I lost the flip.
That's a great lesson for people who are watching. You had 11,000 chips after day 1, and you were able to make the final table. That's
yeah, I got down to 8,000 on day 2, I remember, and just got lucky and spun it back up. But I was never really above average much of the tournament, if any. Which was the complete opposite of 2009, where I bagged the chip lead after day 1C. I mean, D passed me, but the whole tournament I was like double average, and I was never all in till the final table.
See you guys in the chat. What's going on? Hi, everybody. Russell, Barkin Bat, RB is cool, RMX Indiana. I want to thank you all for being here, spending your your Sunday here with us on day 2 of the World Series of Poker. Tomorrow, day 2D action. That starts at 3:30 p.m. and then we get day 3 where everybody is combined. From what I do not believe D-Negs is out. Daniel Negreanu went to dinner break with about 100,000 chips, so unless he was knocked out in the last 10 minutes or so, I don't imagine he is out. Has probably close to about 70 big blinds, so probably still there. I did see Phil Hellmuth still in and still whining.
That'd be a fun table if they ever ended up on the same table in the main.
Together? Oh, God. Almost be too much.
I wonder if they would beat the feature.
Yokosawa, by the way, 30 years old. Transitioned from a corporate job to become a full-time YouTuber focusing on poker. Now has over 2.6 million in lifetime earnings. On his left, Mark Harvish.
You see that a lot more now than you did like in the past, like these social media personalities and YouTubers getting into poker and sharing, you know, their experiences, and it's really helped growing the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Yokosawas of the world, the Rampages of the world, obviously Brad Owen,
Yep.
Andrew Newey.
Great for the game. This should be interesting, yeah.
I mean, live streaming was always, not always there, but, you know, we started live streaming, and then Jason Somerville kind of took the baton and ran with it. And I think a lot of today's growth has to be, you know, start with him and then Brad Owen and Andrew Newey and those. Mark Harvish today's queen, Yokosawa with jacks in the big blind. Chidwick, by the way, who you saw at the table on 75,000 chips, has, I don't even know how this is real, 68 million in lifetime earnings.
That's insanity. Wow, he just goes for the shove here out of the big blind for, what, just under 40 bigs? This should be a real tough spot with ace-queen, because you can't imagine him shoving ace-jack here.
I mean, what kind of hands is Yokosawa shoving? What is essentially, what, 38 bigs?
He also opened under the gun, so, I mean, if I had ace-queen here, I'd probably just pitch it, given that I raised under the gun. I mean, if it was like cutoff or button, the spot's more likely a call or hijack. But under the gun, it's just you're representing a strong range, and the guy's shoving just under 40 big blinds in you. So I don't fault the fold with ace queen there at all.
All right. The fact that he shoves in the big blind as well, so easy. He just call if he wants to. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, he can just, you know, put in 1 or 2 more big blinds just for a call. So yeah, I'd probably fold ace queen there. It's a tough spot. You don't like getting shoved down there.
Yokosawa is still looking for his first bracelet. Does have one final table to his name. Chidwick, 2-time bracelet winner. Won the 50K Pot Limit Omaha Championship last year, 2024, and then won a 25K Pot Limit Omaha High Roller back in 2019.
Yeah, Chidwick is definitely someone you don't want to see at your table in the main. A lot better draws. Virtually almost everyone.
Belhao Wang.
Call. Three players.
Chidwick's really one of those players that stood the test of time, along with, you know, several other goats out there who started off in the early online days and, you know, just continue to adapt to the game and have success at every level and almost every year.
Yeah, I mean, he's just 35 years old, but he feels like he's been around forever.
It's crazy he's younger than I am. I feel like he was playing when I was playing online.
Probably was. Top pair here for Wang.
Players all in.
Some people in the chat wondering where Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth are. We had him on for 2 levels, and not really fair to have any one player on all day. So we do try to mix it up, especially early on in the main event.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited with the, like I said earlier, with the Rigby and Powers confrontation, with them being right next to each other with a lot of chips. It should really make it exciting for some big pots and some interesting hands.
Yeah, let's head back over there then. Chad Power on 290,000, Rigby on 354,000. They are 1-2 in chips at this table. Once again, Joe Cat alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. Natalie Bodie on the floor. Nap on 180,000 is gonna play something with Ace King here. He's gonna pop it up to 3,000. Once again, that's Rene Nap.
Go.
Rigby going to defend. And he hits a 9. Top pair here for Rigby. Nap has the ace of spades. Rene Nap, by the way, 34 years old, from Germany. Professional poker player. Just $86,000 in tournament winnings, which would make me believe that he's probably an online player, which would make sense being in Germany and Austria.
Yeah, I would assume he's an online player also, coming over here and playing the main in some other tournaments. Germans and the Spaniards seem like always some of the tougher players, to be honest.
It's going to get interesting. Third spade out there. Nap does have the ace of spades. Rigby checks his pair of 9s.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great card to continue firing. You pick up a lot more equity, not flush draw, over card to the board, your opponent just calling.
Rigby not going to be intimidated by anybody. We know that.
This is a tough spot for Rigby. No spade in your hand, not top pair on the flop with no kicker. Even if you're ahead of Nap's bluff, he's going to have a lot of equity, but he sees right through it.
Yeah, makes the call. Pot now 34,500 as we head to the river. Another spade.
I was going to say, I hope to see like a jack of clubs, but jack of spades, not going to be as interesting.
No. And the early goings of this featured table haven't been kind to Rigby. Got himself involved in a hand with Chad Power, was on the wrong side of that one, and looks like he is going to bluff at this.
Yeah, I think Rigby is at the point where he realizes that he doesn't really have much showdown value, and if he checks, he's most likely to get bluffed if he's ahead in the hand. But the problem is, a lot of times, you know, a lot of spades are just going to check over to your opponent here when you make the flush on the river. So, but
for what it's worth, Nap does not have the absolute nuts. There are straight flushes out there. King 10 of spades, 10 8 of spades.
Nap doesn't seem like the person that's going to be scared of the straight flush here.
No? Apparently no. There's the raise.
85,000.
It should be interesting if these early hands are going to have an effect on Rigby, if you know, losing a lot of chips right away. Like if he's going to, you know, tone up the aggression a little bit. But he seems like he's always on the aggressive side, whether he's losing or making chips.
Yeah, he was on about 450,000 earlier on, and in fact, I was joking around with Remco. I asked him, I said, "Hey, guess how many chips Rigby has?" And he goes, "Either 0 or $500,000." That's a pretty good guess. And
Yeah,
he had like 460.
It's a good assumption. When you V-pip really high, you're either going to have a lot or a little.
Okay, so Rigby is currently at a 54%. Now we're like 7 hands in, so I'm not going to put too much into that. But over the next couple of hours, over under 48.
Ooh. I mean, that'd be crazy if it's over 48 over the next couple hours, but it is Rigby. I'm gonna say below.
Say below.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say he's gonna be around like 42%.
40. Oh, I slam the over.
Really?
Oh, like how much can I mortgage my house to bet
Okay,
the over
you're
on
probably
42?
right. He's probably used to these 45% V-pip mid games.
I mean, unless they add 3 more players to the table and they're playing 12-handed.
2 players.
I mean, a lot of times you're just dealt really bad hands though, so
Absolutely. Doesn't seem to deter him, though. This is Jack 5 offsuit, Power versus Rigby in the small blind with 6 high.
Wow.
A bet and a call. And he picks up a flush draw, but Power has picked up a pair of jacks.
There we go. I really don't fault the continue with 6-3 of spades on the flop, but I would like to see Rigby, you know, check raise because, you know, you have a backdoor straight draw, a backdoor flush draw. Ooh.
He's going to try to rep this 8, and we'll see if Power can see through it. It's 35 into 23.
Pretty much any river but an 8 or a deuce.
I mean, Rigby's story checks out here. I mean, he called the flop, called the turn, so...
I guess with that logic, I just have to fold, yeah?
I mean, if... I think Chad Power expect if he had like a flush draw or something like that, maybe he gets check raise or why he's playing a flush draw
I faded
like this.
the diaper,
so
right?
It's more
You're
likely to turn back
showing
like
the diaper, right?
an 8 or a deuce on the flop, check calling. And then with that pairing on the river, he assumes a 2 will check a lot and an 8 might go for it. Very nice bluff by Rigby on the river. Like even Chad, like Chad plays a lot of hands too as well. Like obviously Jack 5 offsuit is not your standard raise on the button.
No?
And very courageous raising into Rigby's blinds with Jack 5 off.
Yeah, I mean, clearly wants to play hands in position against him and doesn't have that many opportunities with Rigby on his left. Well, if you are watching this table for GTO solver approved poker, you might be disappointed. But if you want to check and see if it is solver approved, you can check it out on GTO Wizard. Beat the best, crush the rest. You can put all of Rigby's hands in and let us know if they are GTO approved or not. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Save 10% over there. Study any situation, any bet size. Make it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. GTO Wizard.
GTO Wizard has a great setup for training too. If you're not too familiar to use how to use solvers and stuff, you can set up hands where it'll basically play out the hand. It'll give you multiple choice, and you decide. Then after the hand, it'll go back and tell you what the better options were, whether checking, betting, the sizing. So it's a great tool for even inexperienced players that have no idea how to use solvers or anything like that to really learn from a solver.
Power raising, Rigby 3-betting with jacks. Kilantaris, maybe just, you can get tempted. I feel like if you're somebody else, you can get tempted just knowing these two are kind of playing their own game, being like, okay, you're both full of it. I'm going to take that money.
Yeah, it's hard not to have these thoughts come in your head when you know these guys are V-pipping really high. But at the same time, you know, how to punish that is just, you know, playing solid, waiting for good hands, and really punishing them for playing too many hands.
Power making the call, 27,000 in there. Yeah, our go-to, by the way, our go-to slogan, very simple, is GTO Wizard. It is so easy to use, even David Tuckman can figure it out.
That's great. Yeah, again, obviously this is not a standard hand from Power either, you know, calling a 3-bet with ace-3 off, but, you know, Rigby's the one 3-betting you. Changes things a little bit.
Yeah, check on the flop. And Rigby going big. 27,000 in the pot. Rigby goes 25 and change. And Power pretty quickly does let it go. Rigby back up to 329,000 chips.
I feel like half our hands we're going to see are between Powers and Rigby.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a whole file of bios for the rest of the table. At some point, you imagine we will get to meet the rest of them.
Say your last name for me.
Bassick.
Bassick, I got it. Brett Bassick. Didn't want to say it wrong. And Brett, I do know that this year, the main event, it carries some special meaning for you. Why is that?
Well, throughout the summer, I've had conversations with multiple different players and people in the community, and I found that it's a recurring theme that a lot of players are silently struggling with different levels of mental health. And a few years ago, I had a friend who passed away from mental health, and I found it important to, one, spread that message and play this main in his honor.
Very cool that you're doing that. And I know the hat has a level of significance for it as well. How can people support or learn about what he started before he passed?
Right, so his name was Cooper Noriega, and right before he passed away, he started a Discord community called Coop's Advice for people who are struggling to come together and find a sense of community, other people who are struggling as well. And, his family has kept, family and friends have carried on that legacy in his honor as well. And Coop's Advice has now become something bigger than I think he ever anticipated. So I think this is one place for people to go and donate or find support, and there, of course, there's a ton of other resources as well. But again, I think it's just really important to share that message.
Appreciate you sharing that with us. Very special. I'm going to send you back. Thank you again.
Thank you.
What a great story. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Brett, for sharing that.
Yeah, you love stories like that. I mean, there's a lot of good side to poker. Not just a lot of times some of the bad gets highlighted, but there's so much good. So many charities, so many good people in the game.
Absolutely. We pick up the action here. Margie betting 7,000 with absolutely nothing. Kleeman with just a pair of queens. Not a particularly big bet, though. Just 7,000 into 20.
Call. Showdown.
And Kleeman does make the call. That is David Margie
Pair of queens.
versus Jean Kleeman. Kleeman, by the way, also German. So we'll just assume he's good.
Yeah,
Right.
I know starting the main event, I prefer not to see a German or a Spaniard flag at my table.
All right, folks, that's my time. New dealer coming in. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, Sean Kleeman. Don't know a ton about him. We know he's 42 years old. We know he's German.
I'm ready to do it for a little bit.
Doesn't have a ton of live winnings based on our records, but again, if he's here from Germany, he's probably a player.
Yeah. Just because they don't always have the live results doesn't mean doesn't take anything away from some people's ability to play the game or how good they are. There's a lot of great online players out there that really don't play too much live.
Yeah, and sometimes, by the way, they might play live under a different name, or they're similar names, and we have the wrong one, and you're like, oh, yeah, this guy only has 30,000 in live winnings, but the other guy's got 2.4 million. Maybe it was him.
Yeah.
Yokosawa, a lot of you out there, probably a fan of his. He's incredibly entertaining. Just I really feel like a breath of fresh air in the poker world. Ooh, shout out Brian Springman, thank you very much. Says Tuck, please warn the chat about posting spoilers. Chip counts of players at the tables. The mods are getting bombed. Okay, guys, don't do it. Our mods will just ban you.
Yeah, no one likes spoilers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ruining it.
Calls. 2 players.
You ever have friends that ruin shows for you, or you got to make sure you have no The worst is if I'm streaming a sporting event or something, I'm a few minutes behind. I got to put my phone away because I know I'm gonna get the text.
I will literally. So I'm a big hockey guy, and I'm a New York Islander fan. Those of you who are fans of mine or know me know that I will turn my phone off when I want to watch a game, because I'll usually watch a game. The game's on at I'm in LA. The game's on at 4:30 my time. I'll watch it at 8. The game's been long over. So I'll just turn my phone off so people don't spoil it. But most of my friends know not
smart.
to.
Gotta give them a warning.
They know, once in a while you'll get a text, be like, oh my God. Be like, oh, dude.
Yeah, new show or new episode comes on, they immediately oh, did you see it? It's come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, just a couple months ago, sat down with my wife to watch an award-winning movie called Titanic. And she spoiled it for me. She was like, the boat sinks. And I was like, what the F? Come on, babe. I had no idea.
For sure.
Joe Cat and David Chuckman here, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank you all for being here, for sure. Hello. Dylan Easley is voting for just the Rigby table. We're going to go wherever the action is. It looks like a set of 9s versus a pair of jacks. And a set of 9s are going to double up. Franklin, not particularly deep. Rigby.
So I imagine Franklin opened his hand and Rigby flatted and came jack high, and then the money got in. Yeah, Rigby's up to 66% VPIP. I'm drawing dead on under at 48.
You were going to give me 42.
Oh, yeah.
I want to like back up the truck. I was willing to take out a second mortgage on my house for that one.
I mean, that's not easy to do 9-handed is play above 45.
42, he does that with in his sleep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like if he's card dead. Honestly, if he walked out with like a 43, he'd be like, oh, I'm so card dead. I'm sorry, guys.
That's wild.
All right.
But it works for him. I mean, he's really good at playing post flop, so. At least in this tournament, it's been working for him the last few years.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Don't change what's not broken, right? Or don't fix what's not broken.
That's what they say. Try to get to know some of the other players at this table. We're looking at Dimitri Kilintaris, who is known as Young Kill, or Young Killy. Maybe there's an old Killy, I don't know. He is from Greece. We have an international flair at this table. Has 113,000 in total live earnings. He's a semi-pro soccer player, apparently.
It's my sport. They'll probably be mad that we called it soccer, though.
Yeah. I'm only reading the bio. Football.
Huh?
There's Cronin, who we know about. Renee Cap. On Cronin's right.
3,500.
Hang on, right here, right
I'm
here.
sorry, I just saw that. Thought it was.
Johan Raskar.
Well,
No difference.
in that case, 3,500.
Rigby folded, everybody. Johan Raskar is known as Tension. These nicknames can't be real. They just can't be.
Yeah, I'm good.
Somebody's trolling. I know it. I mean, come on, who calls him Tension? He's from Paris, by the way. How many
20.
different countries
20.
do we have represented
Yeah,
at
we
this
got
table?
a wide diverse of diversity here.
Yeah. His hobbies
Gotta
include
be a
biking,
good
travel,
call
and
that out
watches.
of ten.
What do you mean?
Personally, he
Front
said
of
he's a Sunday biker.
Mm,
He only goes
I'm down
biking
like
on Sundays,
90 some of the
apparently.
table.
What do you have in front of you?
Interesting.
220?
Most people in
Yeah,
Europe
like
play online
3.
tournaments on Sunday,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's exactly what I was
Oh,
thinking.
okay. You're all right. From here, it looks like you got it. It's hard to see.
Can't have this in the table. No, I'm gonna come back
So
and
you
look
done
at
with the
this.
series? You're going to play some of the late prelims afterwards.
I might play a few more events. You know, I got a coaching job back home, coaching soccer, so season starts up soon, and so I got to get back home for that. But I'll probably play a few more events.
Our semi-pro soccer players wearing the Nike hat on the right side of your screen and the glasses. Sandwiched between him and Rigby is Stefan Jean, who I'm going to go on a limb and say he's also not American yet, but another German. This is
I wonder where he plays.
3,000.
so raise here from the German, John.
Was that 2 folds in a row for Rigby?
Yeah. He might be sick. Somebody check his temperature. 2 Germans in this one. Pretty clean flop for the Queen 10.
Yeah, you got managing this hand's over with.
Yeah, as far as day 2 table draws, this is not a particularly easy one. Frenchman, a couple of Germans. Oh, whoa, that looks like Martin Cabral. Martin, no, where are you going? No good for you? Maybe re-enter tomorrow. What's going on?
I remember the first time I played with Martin at my table. That was a very...
Did you black it out?
Oh, I mean, it was funny because he was basically just talking crap to me the whole time and like,
Shocking.
harassing me for a while, and then found out I played this video game, or I was like watching this video game, and he had like an esports team, and like his total persona changed from like harassment to like wanting to be like friends. Like, I'm like, wow, all you gotta do is like this video game, huh? And then you got a pass from Martin.
Knapp raising with not really much going on and hits a 6. What's the thought process behind raising this board, Queen 3-3 out of the big blind?
I can't really tell you because I thought the hand would be over with.
Yeah, I think when we cut to Martin Cabral, I assume that our producer probably thought it was over too.
Generally, you want, when you're check raising like these paired flush draw boards, you want at least like a backdoor flush straight draw, like a 4-5 of clubs, or like, you know, a Jack 10 of clubs, or
What's up?
So much
or
cooler.
a heart draw.
Couple six of hearts.
Just a complete air ball is really going for it. You're just kind of like thinking your
He
opponent
said
might
he's
be
just trying to
C
get in
betting
the high
and
limit bathroom.
playing
bed
really
with the shit
weak
in there.
against you. I assume the hand was going to
Ran
be
into
over on
him.
flop.
Well, now Napa's got a
He'll be the
pair of
only one I
sixes,
have on
so
my rail.
he can suddenly beat
And
some
you
of the
want him to be
bluffs, and he
careful.
can beat the draws, and
Well, now you
Only
beat
half.
heart draws only, and you have a 6 of hearts in your hand.
so by the way, for those of you, he does make the call. For those of you wondering why we don't have Martin Cabral's feature table, this is why we don't have Martin Cabral. He's already out.
I mean, that's a pretty good bet by Queen 10 of diamonds on the turn. Like, getting check raise on the flop, you're likely to be in a way ahead or way behind scenario, and find a bet on the turn got him a lot of extra value there.
So John takes that one down.
That
As
just,
Joe mentioned, Rigby
down here
folding
starting to
2
clown
hands in a
around
row.
with
Will it be 3 hands in a row?
that just
Yeah,
seemed
we
like a
see
case
you.
of trying to do too
We
much
see
and
you.
trying to outplay your opponent a little bit too
At
much. Like, there's
ABC
just
for
a
4
lot better
hours, and
hands
now all
to
of a sudden we're clowning
check raise
around.
bluff on that flop.
I do often wonder, I mean, I
believe
feel like
you.
I watch that a lot, is like, I almost, I've used the analogy like a quarterback forcing it into triple coverage and like, just let the game come to you, take what the defense gives you. And I think sometimes poker players do that. Even though it's a great structure and you can just sit and be patient, I feel like a lot of poker players get uneasy. They like, I'm not making anything happen, and they feel like they have to force it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that was a great analogy that you just said. Sometimes, you know, just throw the ball away. Like, take the loss of down. You know, there's so many more hands, such a long tournament. Like, the biggest thing is just don't force it. I mean, you know, sometimes you have to make bluffs and, you know, make big bluffs and really put your opponents to the test. But, you know, make sure, you know, the bluffs make sense, and at least you have something going for you when you're attempting these bluffs. But a lot of people also, like, they get to a point in like a chip stack, whether like starting stack or their high point, and then once they start losing chips, they really
Blow a quick 100.
almost start
something like that.
panicking to get back to where they were
blow a
at
quick
one
100.
point.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, even if they have a lot of chips. Ooh,
Yeah.
what a setup hand here. Raskar in great shape, 19,000,
love
and
for the
Franklin
fans,
picks up
you know?
ace king. Pretty unlucky here
What
for
kind
Matthew
of setup
Franklin.
is this?
Great spot for
My man's
Raskar.
playing so
Yeah, you don't
good,
really
can't
expect
do that
aces
to
just to
him.
shove all in here. You kind
That's
of
not
expect
fair.
maybe like a min raise and try to entice some action. And ace king is just fist pumping, calling here. Not once the cards are turned over, that's for sure.
Yeah, Raskar all in for about 13 big blinds. Franklin, as you said, fist bump calls, but does not like what he has to see,
Wow.
and
With the diamonds.
he is drawing
Little five
nearly dead.
5-3.
Running
Don't
cards.
count this in.
It's always nice when there's. Ooh,
Oh, wait a
I was gonna
second.
say, it's always nice when there's no sweat.
A 3 for a chop.
You're okay with that with aces.
I think he'd be really happy for Franklin with a 3 right now.
There it is.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh. So much for the no sweats.
Oh, and poor Raskar, I mean,
They can't do that to you, man. You're playing too good. It's not right.
Bro, I have two
Powers with the
double
needles.
ups, bro.
Why he's playing so good? You're giving it away.
Crazy. Unlucky guys.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I did have a 7.
I'm not the kind of guy who calls it backwards. You know, I get 5, then 3. No 3-5.
running straight cards, chops it up, and that's got to feel like a win for Franklin. And for Franklin, it's actually a really big deal. I mean,
TV cards.
he's got understarting stack. Raskar as well. I mean, now still just 20,000
Thank you.
chips.
I like it. Maybe it gets the table talking and going, you know, hands like that. Livens
I'll
up
take
the
a couple
table
waters,
a little
please.
bit.
Punt it off for the fans.
Okay, those of you in the chat, how many of you are happy Cabral is out? How many of you
Play
are
every hand to the
disappointed?
Aujourd'hui, moi, très
What was that?
Throw that patience out the window.
Yeah, every time. Every time.
What patience?
How do you feel about Cabral?
Crazy.
I revealed my opinion. I first started commentating on Cabral like probably a
If I
decade
don't
ago,
win
if
with
not
aces
more,
versus
when I was covering
Ace
World
King,
Series of Poker
I'm
Europe
not gonna
in
win anything,
Rosendal
I
because
see
he's so
what
regular
Aces
there.
gets you.
And I honestly couldn't stand him.
Don't worry, buddy.
Like,
You'll get those aces again.
Teach their own. I mean,
They'll
if
be
you
back.
find him entertaining and you like him, hey, great. I don't. I don't mind the table talk so
Midway
much.
through day 4, they'll
but
come back.
I don't like. I don't like the stalling. The stalling to me is really bad. Like Tony G is a trash talker, but he doesn't slow the game down.
Yeah,
I
agree.
appreciate that. I just don't like I don't like guys who slow the game down, personally.
Yeah, I think I have like a mixed opinion on him. I think some things that he does are like okay, and some things he really crosses the line with.
DB says, can he re-enter tomorrow? No. The $10,000 World Series Poker main event is a freeze-out, 1 entry only, not a re-entry tournament.
They should make it if you bust the main, the only way to get back in is if you saddle it back in. You get 1 chance at
No.
it.
No. Come on, keep it pure.
I know, I was just teasing. I was just thinking that after busting day 1 of the main.
Of course, well, yeah. What do you think about being able to
Small
register
bar, right?
directly into day 2?
Oh.
You okay with that?
I'm okay with it. I think the main event slow structure is not necessarily for everyone on day 1, so it gives people sometimes a chance to, extra people to jump in on day 2.
Europe's richest poker tour is ongoing. We have 3 more stops in Europe: Barcelona, Malta, Prague. Get in on the action over at the European Poker Tour. Prague, one of my favorite cities in the entire world, and no better time to go than around Christmas time.
Let's get a blind v blind.
Drew Tyga says, I wish I had the money to rebuy into the main event. I get it.
I'll take aces again.
Poker View says, nope, shouldn't happen. Doesn't like
Not
it.
when you have aces.
No. Oh, no.
That wasn't fair.
Chris Makmudo says, even if I didn't like Caprell, I'd still be sad that he's out. Poker needs more characters running late in the main.
We got aces. Might make it really hard for Rigby to play another hand here if he finds the 3-bet.
Yeah. Renee Knapp raising the 3,000. Franklin on the button with aces. And you can see, I mean, the good news is that we go back and forth between the 2 tables. Whenever we see a good hand, we will go back and forth. And not surprising, we have been at this table for the most part.
I'd like to see Franklin 3-bet a little bit smaller here. I mean, in position off a shorter stack. You're just really forcing a lot of hands out here.
Just so you know, buddy, you can bluff me for sure. Like, you're playing so solid, you can bluff me.
Green check mark says,
100%.
I once spent a
The
month
moment I
in
try is
Prague.
when you wake up.
I have to like have it. Like, I'm gonna believe you.
I think Chad can get the table talking. He's one of those home game players, and he's used to the
Yeah, we
table
caught him
talk.
flipping
and
one time, ace king
He
off.
doesn't like the silence.
He seems like a fun guy.
Yeah, seemed like a fun guy when I played with him on day 1.
Is that the first time you ever played with him?
I think so. It's very funny because the very first hand I played against him was a very interesting hand. It was a really small pot.
Just one
And I'm like, wow, this guy really does
Go
not
your
like the
way,
fold.
no worries.
Like it was, I opened like hijack, he
That's a good one
defended
to chop.
the big blind, the flop king 3-3, 2 spades.
I wish I chopped
I
my
have
big one.
queen 9 with the queen of spades. He checks, I bet small, he calls. Turn comes a 10 of spades. So I turn a gutter and a flush draw. He checks, I bet 100% pot or 110. He calls. River comes a king, so words king,
Can't
king.
bluff me before the
10,
flop.
3-3. He checks, I check,
But
give up.
after
He has
I'm
queen
yours.
7 offsuit, no spade. So I'm like, wow, this is
So you chopped it up with him.
Yeah, I'm like, this is gonna be a spicy table.
Like, wow.
And then, like I said, that 47K call on the river, I'm like, he does not like backing down.
No. Well. Duly noted. Queen high flop. Nice flop here for Franklin. He's got a pair of 8s to go along with a flush draw.
All right.
What's up, Christy? What's up, Russell? Hello.
But he is good at adapting, like as you just saw there. He flatted a raise with ace-jack, a late position raise, and then just gave up on a queen 8 deuce board. And I think he really thinks the player to his right is playing a little bit snug and solid, and he's just going to give him a lot of credit.
You got
Whereas,
all
you
of
know,
them.
against Rigby, he's going to be a
Got
lot,
all the triples.
you know, more willing to play back or float or be in there. So I think just he does change his play a lot based on who he's playing.
There aren't many people who've had more success in the modern era than you in this event. You know, obviously finishing 5th and winning it over the last, what, 16 years, right? What do you attribute to your success?
Here with bracelet winner Jessica Toysol, and you've competed in tournaments with big fields like this before. What's your mindset coming in?
I think it's very important. The main event is such a marathon, and it's not like that we are deep today, so it's like step by step, and I think you always have to keep cool in your head. And also when you back small, I mean, Cora had like 9K and Esma had like 18K, so yeah, the dream is still alive as long as you have chips.
Absolutely. I'm going to send you back because you're about to get dealt another hand. Thank you so much for your time.
Joe, you can answer that question in just a second. There's, believe it or not, Shinya doesn't win every single ladies championship. Not, at least not back in 2022. It was Jessica Toysol who won that one back then. Thank you, Natalie. Okay, so I was asking you, what do you attribute to your success? Are you just really good at reading players very quickly and adapting to them?
I think there's a ton of variables to it. I mean, obviously the first variable that you can't overlook is, you know, being on the, you're gonna hate me saying this, but being on the good side of variance, just running well. But number 2 is I was primarily a cash game most of my poker career coming into the main, and cash, I'm used to playing deep, full-handed deep, short-handed deep. So I'm used to playing very deep stack, and the main event is very much that. And then also it's like I have very good discipline, and I don't really get tilted, and I'm very good at adjusting to the players at my table and just realizing, you know, people's betting patterns and sizings over the course of a day, and playing against inexperienced players. And I don't know, I guess it's just adjusting to the tables, being on a good side of variance, and just having the experience of a lot of tournaments and a lot of deep play.
Killen Taurus, by the way, doing what many aren't apt to do. So Rigby raised pre-flop. Killen Taurus 3-bet out of the big blind, and you've got to realize that Rigby is going to be calling a lot of these 3-bets, even when he's wide. So Killen Taurus kind of putting himself in a position where he's going to be playing at King 3 offsuit out of position, and he has picked up a straight draw. Rigby, though, with the nut flush draw, ace high is best right now.
See, this is, I don't like when people really try to get out of their, I'm not sure if this is his comfort zone or not, but playing back at players that may play too many hands, just because you're going to, like, Rigby's not scared to back down. You're going to be playing an inflated pot out of position with a very bad hand. Like, you know Rigby's not just going to be folding to a lot of 3-bets, especially when you're playing deep. Like, if you have King 3 off here and you want a 3-bet, I like it, like, a lot better when you're playing a shorter stack. Like, if you're playing, you know, 20, 25, 30 big blinds where you could raise really big and really put your opponent to the test pre-flop.
And look at this. Rigby raises enough to put Killen Taurus all in, and Killen Taurus has to give it up. And to your point, it's just one of those situations that you're even if Rigby's getting out of line.
Yeah, you just,
what are you going to do with King 3 offsuit out of position?
That's one of those situations that you just got to wait for good hands to punish players that play too many hands and not really stoop to their level and play bad hands out of positioning, because then you're just out of position playing a really tough spot, and King 3 off is not much value deep stack.
Now the semi-pro soccer star now down a bit, as you can see, down to 87,500. It was, like I said, a penalty shot and he hit the post, right?
Yeah, I mean, going back to that Rigby raise there on the turn, I mean, I love the raise, like, for what his opponent's supposed to be representing on a 10-6, 5-4 board. Like, if he has, like, you know, jacks, I mean, I'm not saying jacks is going to fold or, like, but it's going to put those hands in a really tough position, putting that many big blinds in on a 10-6, 5-4 board. So really put his opponent to the test there.
Well, Rigby back up to 381,000.
Raise.
You're going to stay aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like if it folds to him late, you almost guaranteed aggression.
VPIP down to 50%, by the way.
Yeah, he had to fold like 4 or 5 in a row, and that would drop it real quick. That's 9-handed for you. I'm glad he decided to flat with the ace-9 here and didn't go too crazy again.
Jimmy Bluffett in the chat. What's up, my man, Jimmy? Christy. All you guys, thank you so much for being here on a Sunday. Day 2 of the World Series of Poker main event. We are post-dinner. We've got 4 hours of poker action for you tonight. Back at it tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. for Day 2D. And then the players all combined for Day 3. Nice flop here for Kilintaris. Can he get some of those chips back now from Rigby?
So these are spots where you just kind of hope to punish players that play too many hands. Just call with a solid hand, and just get in those positions where you got a bluff catcher here. Just check, and hopefully Rigby continues to fire.
Check bet call for Kilintaris. Rigby now drawing dead.
I mean, King High has some showdown, but very little. A second barrel would just basically try to get a 6 or a Jack to fold, maybe like a King 10 to fold.
Rigby gonna fire again here, 11,000. Kilintaris gonna call again. Those red chips are 5K each. The green ones are 25K.
Tough card to bluff. And I say that just because you're very unlikely to bet 2 streets with middle pair.
Right, unless you already had it, right?
Yeah, unless you have like a full boat, which is very hard to do. It's just, you just never expect a Jack to really be betting twice there for those sizings.
Rigby down to 359,000. Kilintaris back up to 112,000.
Sorry?
I think you see him kind of shake his head there after that hand. I think he's kind of thinking about back at the last hand why he chose to 3-bet that King 3 offsuit. He's like, I didn't need to do that.
It can get tempting though, because a player like Rigby's getting out of line. He's playing too many hands. He's going to have garbage. You want to punish him. And, okay, King Little, he's like, well, I've got a king, I've got a blocker.
Yeah.
I've heard this is a good bluffing hand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of those thoughts in your head. You're like, I got a really solid image. I haven't played many hands. He's racing late. He probably has a lot of trash hands. If I 3-bet big here, he should just fold to me a lot of times. Then once he calls, you're just like, why did I 3-bet this?
Yeah, now I got to play this hand out of position. You're hoping and praying to hit a king. Renee Knapp gonna raise. Rigby gonna call. Gonzalez out of the way. Raskar in the big blind. Not on many chips at this point. Going to call though and see if he can get lucky.
He's getting a really good price. 1,500 into 10K.
He's hit a 9. He has outflopped his opponents. Now it's just a question of can he get the showdown.
Yeah, everyone has a small piece here. Everyone has a pair under the Jack.
Rigby with a pair of 4s, gonna fire.
Fire's big too. 7K into 11.5. This is an interesting spot for 10-9 offsuit because you're gonna commit your stack or not. You're just gonna call and leave himself 8.5. Didn't really give it that much thought either. Acted really quickly there.
Yeah. Does make the call. Pot now 25,000. Oh, look at that. The bet does get the 8s to fold.
I imagine. Oh, then he leads the turn.
What is it, 85?
If he would have just jammed the flop, Rigby would have just been stuck putting the last 8.5K in, but now I think he can just get away from it. I would love to see Raskar just jam the flop.
Either way, Raskar's pretty happy with that. He's up to 34,000. Still in there. I hope the dreams, they are alive.
Yeah. Perfect.
Over 9,000 total entries already. Registration still open tomorrow morning if you're, hey, if you're close enough.
And do you have
come on down, sign up. I got to tell you, I'm tempted. There's a little part
Why
of me
don't you
that's
get in
tempted.
there?
Well, I'm commentating, and yeah.
I can take over that part for you.
Yeah?
I'll fill in for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Listen, I think the masses would be thrilled. Hear from a main event champion all series.
You do a great job. You're much more experienced than I am. I love that this table is playing quick. Honestly.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
That's my first table at the main. It was playing so. I call a clock someone in like the 4th or 5th hand. I never call a clock.
This is day 1, level 1.
I'm like, all right, I'll give this guy like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. And then I gave him 3 minutes. I'm like, all right, I'll give him another like 30 seconds. Then it's like 3.5 minutes, and we're like hand 5, and it's not a big pot. I'm like, all right, clock. Like,
Yeah,
is.
I think you have to set a precedent there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like, dude, it's level 1. Like, what are we doing here?
And it's like, it was one of those situations where it's like pre-flop, it's 20-some seconds. Like every small pot, every decision was like.
Good luck.
I felt like everyone was like just counting to 30 before they made a decision. It was really annoying.
Gonzalez all
gonna be a
in.
no
That is
for me.
Rafael Gonzalez. We haven't heard much from him. Doesn't have a ton of chips. And waiting for a big hand to get involved with, and he finally finds it. 35-year-old from Texas.
Yeah, not once.
Married with 2 kids.
Yeah, it's okay.
Not one slow player at this table at all. Oh, Newey, the aces.
And we are over to the outer table. This is the Chidwick Yokosawa table. As you mentioned, Newey with the aces. That is Paul Newey.
Newey's one of those really wealthy individuals that plays tighter than most wealthy individuals. He's a very solid player. He doesn't really get on the line too much. Played with him a few times. Very good player.
I think sometimes it's a misconception that people assume because somebody has a lot of money, they assume that, oh, well, they're too rich to fold, right? You're too rich to fold. And yet, I have seen a lot of very, very wealthy businessmen who actually play it because they might not be playing for the money, but they still want to win.
Yeah.
They're just so competitive.
Very competitive.
And they don't want to give it away.
I'm guilty of thinking that a lot. I'm like, yeah, this guy's way too rich to fold.
Right.
Especially in the cash games.
Paul Newey, by the way, came in 7th in the 2014 $1 million big one for 1 drop. That was back in 2014 for 1.4 million. His best main event finish was actually in Paradise, by the way, in 2024, where he finished in 95th. As for the main event here in the World Series, he did cash 726 back in 2016. Paul Newey does have 6.4 million in lifetime earnings. Yokosawa raising on the button. Wang in the big blind with ace-king.
King 3 offs. A little bit light on the button here. Like to see King 5, King 6 at the minimum. But
What's the difference?
I don't know.
Besides the obvious.
I mean, there is slight differences, but I mean, you can ask the computer for that. But
Okay.
I mean, if your opponents are a little bit weaker in the blinds, there's no problem raising King 3 off. But
That is Jun Wang, who is known as Jubald. That can't be true either. These nicknames are definitely not real. There's just no way. What do you guys think in the chat? These nicknames I'm getting day in and day out.
well, look at this. We missed a very big pot already. 50,500 in the middle.
Wow.
Top pair versus middle pair and a gut shot on the flop, and now he turned trips.
We thought it was going to be all Rigby and Power, but it turns out it's Rigby and Killantaris, the semi-pro football player.
That's a bluff.
That's a bluff, he says. You gotta love to hear that when you're Killantaris.
Yeah, right?
Hey,
You're like, super.
Hey, deuce of clubs. Like, all right, just don't have 8-9
All right, just don't have 8-9.
or 7s or something silly. But given Rigby's table presence and how many hands he's played, you just gotta be fist pumping the trips. I mean, 100K in the middle.
What's your bet sizing here?
I'm all in. I mean, you got less than a pot size bet. You got 66% of the pot. I don't really know what the action was the whole hand. So that
We can tell you right here. It was a raise from Rigby, a call from Kilantaris. Rene Cap called as well.
oh,
Went check, bet, call. Rigby
Calling
bet.
4s or
bet
5s.
15K into 20K in the flop.
And then Rigby checked the turn, Kilantaris bet.
Yeah, Rigby uses really big sizings,
just
especially
called for it.
multi-way. So these spots get real big real quick.
Yeah, and look at this. Rigby went from 380,000
66.
chips to 237 in about 11 minutes. Kilantaris went from 150 to 80, back up to 233.
Wow. He called, huh? Was it a jam call? No?
Yeah.
Well, he really didn't believe him.
You said that was a bluff.
Yeah, he really went through with what he was saying. Really verbalized his thoughts out loud.
You're bluffing, and I'm going to call any size bet on the river.
That 10's a tough card too, because you know sometimes they're gonna have those overcards with the gut shot, or even the 8-9, the 10-9s.
Thank you.
Let's see how he responds after losing a big chunk of his chips here.
I love watching Rigby play. What's more likely? I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you guys in the chat as well. What's more likely? Rigby has 700,000 chips by the end of the night, or he's out?
I mean, clear answer has to be out, right? Because 700, that's a big jump from 237. I mean, lose 230 or, you know, gain 463.
Okay, I'll throw. Okay, 500,000 or out.
I'm gonna give Rigby some credit here. I'm gonna say he's gonna get to the 500,000. He has that main event magic.
Let's see it. Main event magic. Well, the players, everybody in the chat, they want the characters. I think Rigby is certainly the kind of character that you
more so
want.
when you lose.
Plays fast, plays straight, plays
It's real
fast.
fucking steamy.
He's aggressive.
I'm rooting for him. He's another great player for the game.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So hard.
Plays quick,
Yeah,
builds
the
the
room
pots,
never
plays a lot of
lies anymore.
hands. It's fun to play with.
Yeah. I prefer to stay here. Yeah. Yellow in the Paris, it's crazy. Oh.
I like the cold room.
Yeah, me too.
By the way, you want to see the stark contrast?
Yeah,
So we have the
yeah. That's why we
have
take
the
the bag.
VPIP numbers for you. Rigby's at 53. The player on his left, Jean, is at 3. The player 2 to his left, Gonzalez, right there with the Mickey Mouse hat, also at 3. 3.
I'm not gonna lie, there's been a lot of events I played this year where I felt like I was at 3. Where I'm just like, I just felt like I was folding for hours. And I'm just like,
Yeah, you were probably at like 11 then.
my main event final table this year, I folded down to like 3 big blinds. I'm like, I can't even put it in ever. Like, it's just like bleed out till I'm done. And then I was out.
Rigby raising. Cronin's going to call.
That's another thing about poker. It's like, you're really not playing a ton of hands at the table, so a lot of times people can get some misconceptions on your play just because you're folding a lot. Like sometimes you're just dealt 2-9, the jack deuce, the 7 deuce. Like sometimes you're just forced not to play any hands.
I have seen players like just fold for like 1 orbit. Like 1 orbit, it's like 9 hands. And they're like, oh, you're so tight.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Dude, it's been 9 hands.
People love making early assumptions.
Well,
Or,
like, we kind of have to, don't we? I mean, we get to the poker
Yeah,
table, we don't
of
know
course.
much about our opponents, and we want to quickly assess
95.
their ability, right? Cronin essentially has the nuts here.
there's always a big misconception that I see a lot is like when someone gets in those spots and it's on the river and they're like, man, this old guy hasn't played many hands and he's probably never bluffing here. It's like sometimes these old guys, like, they just had enough. Like, they're done folding. They're ready to, you know, win the pot or go home. Like, I've seen all kinds of things where I've seen old guys fold for hours and also there's just some crazy hand that they play. Oh, interesting.
Remember when I said Cronin had the nuts? This is going to be a tough spot for Cronin to get away from because the king is such a good card to represent, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, any hand, I mean, it's really hard to get away from hands against Rigby in general. Like, the guy's floating a lot, playing a ton of hands. I mean, you make top pair, and it's not easy to make hands in poker. It's
Hearts got there, King Queen got there, King Jack got there, all those. But you've got a pretty good second best hand here against Rigby.
so he went check, flop, then bet call.
Yep.
I would imagine he's calling here, but the hearts did come in, which You know, you could semi-bluff with hearts on the turn.
I mean, how do you navigate situations like this when you're up against a guy who's just kind of a loose cannon?
Well, you shouldn't really be scared of a king queen or king jack too often because those hands shouldn't really be betting the turn. I mean,
and yet he did.
He did. But it might get him paid by betting the turn here. Because like when you're betting the turn with like say king jack or king queen, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to make certain ace high folds like ace jack or something? But I think ace jack's just going to call you. So if he has like a bad ace, like a ace 5, ace 6, ace 4, ace 7, those aren't going to fold. So what are you trying to accomplish by betting the turn big?
Right, but I guess when I say loose cannon, though, you just don't know.
Yeah.
You know, is he thinking about poker at the same place you are?
Yeah, I mean, everyone has to use their own reasonings to come to a conclusion. So, I mean, you got to apply some logic, even if you think your opponent's a little wild.
Cronin in a tough spot here, just 71,500 behind. So this is a significant portion of his stack.
I would not fault him calling here.
That's also got to be a thought process too. I mean, if I was in Cronin's spot, I'd be like, this is he knows that I don't have a lot of chips. He's putting a lot of pressure on me.
I think he's really trying to just think about what hands checks by this flop that really goes twice big here.
Cronin from Tampa. No, I'm sorry, from Massachusetts, lives in Long Beach, California. He's our treasure hunter.
He's right, he doesn't beat much. I mean, you know, ace highs, you gotta imagine is gonna check to get the showdown.
He's gonna make the call though. That's just the power of Rigby getting paid, right?
Yeah, he's gonna feel sick when he sees that one.
Tough hand for Sean Cronin, 36-year-old. Now down to about 44,000 chips. Rigby back up to 280.
Look at that, the Rigby magic. He's getting close to that 500.
Okay.
Put it in perspective, by the way, on the other table, Stevie Chidwick on 114,000 chips. He's got a 19 VPIP.
Sounds about accurate.
Yokosawa on a 19 VPIP as well. What is a normal, like, you know, for a good player in a 9-handed game here at the World Series of Poker? What would you say is like a normal VPIP?
I mean, right around that percentage is
20.
pretty normal. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have variance both ways, and also you can adjust it according to your table, but right around that range.
Yeah, we noticed Negreanu and Helmuth were just above 30.
That's pretty high at a 9-handed. But those guys, they really like.
I'll take it right here, boss.
They got a really good feeling with
Don't stress yourself out.
less experienced players, so those
worth
guys definitely like to get involved a little bit more.
All right.
Yeah, Negreanu was defending his blinds just absolute. Small and big, by
A
the
lot
way.
of stuff's going to be worth it for 35 for me.
Yeah, you expect a lot of defense out of the big, but small you don't see it too often.
Get a raise here from Franklin. And Power calls.
Remember, you already used your bluff.
Pair queens
That wasn't a permanent
for Matthew
pass.
Franklin.
45.
Chad Power's got a gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah, Chad's sticky. I don't see him folding that shot here.
If he called Queen 7 against you twice, I mean.
He did fold ace jack to Franklin earlier.
It's different though, yeah. This is Franklin and not Joe Cata.
Can Franklin hold on though when he checks and Power starts putting, you know, a decent amount of money in the pot? That's the question.
I didn't use
I
mine.
mean, this is
I'll use
blind
it
on
right here.
blind. Are you really giving Chad an ace?
I mean,
Or better yet.
I mean, I wouldn't be folding to
here.
one bet here.
Oh,
That's for
wow.
sure.
I'll use it on the river.
You might not want me to get to the river there.
Oh, yeah?
Powers, he is a good table talker.
He is.
He's got a great presence at the table.
I think he softened him up a little bit there too, you know? Oh, that little table talk.
Absolutely. Well, if you want to play PokerGo, Play poker for free, no risk. Check out Play PokerGo. It's where the action never stops. And now you can chase your share of $1 million in gold every single hour. We saw Remco do it earlier. Jump into free online poker with real players and zero risk. The gold free roll runs every hour on the half hour. No buy-in, no catch, just your shot at gold. See if you can beat Remco. He finished 39th earlier. Play now at playpokergo.com. Kleeman raising. He's been very active, by the way, according to our charts. Yokosawa calling.
Heads up.
Heads up here.
Check.
Kleeman in the bright yellow hoodie.
Check.
Like if he crosses the street and gets hit by a car, they meant to hit him.
Check.
Okay, it's not an accident.
What?
I'm just saying. I mean,
Oh,
like,
the yellow hoodie.
if he ever gets hit by a car, it was not an accident, right?
Check.
A lot of people looking at their phones nowadays driving. You
That's a
never know.
really bright shirt.
3,000.
I mean, if you're looking down,
Kleeman get about 3,000 on the ace. Yokosawa can't beat much. Thinking about maybe calling with a king high. Is there a poker player out there that you kind of idolize? Like, is there somebody out there that you're just like, oh, he's so good, or she's so good?
you know who I struggled the most with playing back in the day online was who I thought, I don't know, like if I just struggled to be on the better side of variance against him, or if he was just that much better than me. But Jonathan Jaffe gave me the most trouble online.
The Dolphin trainer?
Yes. He was ruthless. He owned my soul a lot.
He was, at some points yesterday, he was our chip leader. I don't know how many chips he has now, but.
I played a lot of heads-up cash back in the day, but I was much better at cash and not sitting goes. But I got into like the 5K sitting goes a lot, and he was by far my toughest opponent in the 5K sitting goes.
Jonathan Jaffe, okay. What made him so tough?
It seemed like I never made hands, and he never folded no matter what. Like, and he always got to showdown. I just never had anything ever, and he just seemed like he just always just owned me.
Raise 3,000.
Yeah, there's some guys like that where you play and you just feel like they can see right into your soul.
It just seemed like he was just so sticky always, and he just always made the right. I almost felt like I was getting super used, which I've been in that boat before on Ultimate way back in the day.
Yeah.
That was rough.
It's unfortunate, yeah. Wang open up with Jack 10 offsuit. Yokosawa in the small blind. Says all of it.
Remember waking up when I was like, I think I was like 19, I had an extra like 60-some thousand in my account because they did some of the refunds for the ultimate bet, and I went on like a 200K downswing like in a week playing 2550, 50-100, and I'm like,
I mean, I guess you're mad, but at least you're happy something comes
well,
out.
yeah, I mean, it definitely changed my poker trajectory online. I remember when I went through that downswing, I cashed like a large amount of my money out, and I just went back down to 510 and 1020 and started playing those. I definitely didn't go back to 2550 or 50-100, like I don't think ever.
Oh, which year? 21.
21. Okay.
Raise 3,000.
We get to see some Chidwick action.
Yeah, Chidwick action. He's representing Octopi Poker. Octopi Poker has been an active sponsor of the World Series of Poker throughout. Wang all in for 22,000, so it'll be 19,000 back to Chidwick with Queen Jack suited.
Slightly over 14, 15 bigs.
21, I concur.
That was
Actually 22,
close
sorry.
for Chidwick, but given the early action, I think he's gonna let this go. I think. Stuff suited. Queen Jack suited. Queen Jack off would be definitely pitched instantly. Queen Jack suited.
Beiyao Wang, 27 years old, from China, lives in England now. Tournament life on the line if he gets called.
Yeah.
But he's going to get this one through.
A little too much.
Kind of the value of not waiting until you don't have enough chips to have any fold equity also.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you're forced into that situation. You don't get the pocket nines to shove all in.
I have played only 5 times, 6 times the main because I used to be banned from Shiza's Paris property for 5 years.
Oh, you hear this?
Yeah. For the counting.
Oh, really?
Counting. got banned from
Now
Caesars
I'm
for
good.
4 or 5
I
years for
asked
counting.
You good?
In blackjack?
That's what it sounds like.
Raise
Definitely not poker.
3,000.
That's funny. A lot of times, people that don't know anything about poker, they're like, "So do you count cards? Like, is that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I count cards. That's why I'm really good."
I mean, if you're playing stud, you're definitely like keeping track of the cards, right? I'm keeping track of them. Have you delved much into mixed games?
No, I mean, I've probably played just as many hands of PLO now at this point than No Limit, but not limit games. I'm not really a big limit player.
Raskar couldn't get any action. Well, he got action with aces, did not double up, and now he's got more action than he wants with sevens.
If you had
running spades, running straight
when
cards.
You folded and I have kings. I got PTSD.
So this hand went Raskar opened to 3K, Chad 3-bet to 9K.
Go ahead.
Raskar called, the flop came 8-3-4. Power downsized the 5K into 22 and a shove all in.
Picks up a gut shot on the turn, but does not get there. And Raskar has been eliminated. That is Johan
Worked a
Raskar.
lot better than the last time I had kings all in.
Chad Power.
What do you notice about
Adds to a stack.
What do you notice about the chip stacks right now?
Wow, look at that. Chad Power and Rigby. You can take a look at your PokerStars banner on the top of the screen, and you can see how many chips each player has. That's at the start of the hand. Then in the bottom left corner, we will keep a running tally at the chip once the chips start going in. That's how many chips the players start with.
Yeah, of course.
Could we see a 606,000 chip pot?
The exact same chip stack.
Raise 3,000.
Good catch. Joe Cat and David Tuckman here. Thank you for watching the 2025 World Series of Poker main event.
Sorry.
Scott Bain taking that one down.
Long days are not tough for you?
Over here.
Bain, 62 years old, out of Michigan.
Much harder than cash.
He's an antique shop owner. His biggest career cash was $18,000. That was in the main event, by the way, when he finished in 847th back in 2019. So he has cashed this event before.
Raise 3,000.
Paul Newey, pocket nines. In my head, I had the tables all mixed up. Like I'm Paul Newey raises. I'm like, okay, Rigby's gonna 3-bet.
Call.
Wang calls out of the big blinds.
Check.
I feel like a lot of the players have been
25.
electing to go with min-raise size. Nothing wrong with that. Just interesting to see different raise sizes and different people's approach, especially main event allows you to open a little bit bigger than min just because you're playing deeper. You generally see min when stacks start getting a little bit more shallow, when people start playing a little bit tighter. But there's nothing wrong with opening a min. It's just interesting to see different players bet sizing pre-flop.
Oh, you're welcome. You're
Raise
welcome.
sizings.
Okay, you look like I'm...
I didn't hear what you said. I was scared.
No. Okay. Do I look like a scare?
Raise 3,000.
Bain's gonna pop it up.
He's a scary person.
Bain on 87,000 chips.
Look
Newey
at
with
him.
ace-jack
Look
directly
at
on his
him.
left.
Raise.
So this is an under-the-gun open. Under-the-gun plus one
All in.
call. Mark Carvish is all in with sevens.
You think Newey folds? I expect Newey to fold here.
I would imagine they both fold, right?
Yeah.
I think it's just too
31.
deep. I mean, you look
22
at it.
big blinds after a raise under the gun and a flat second rack. It's like, is he ever gonna have worse aces? Is he ever gonna have? I mean, maybe you're hoping to see king queen.
I feel like sometimes people lose track of how many blinds it is in the main event. Like you're just like, it's only 36,000 chips, but the blinds are only 1,000, 1,500. I mean,
Yeah, I think also positions are very important of where the action goes down.
The fact that it was under the gun +1, and he still shoved.
Correct.
Max Markarbish picks that one up. Big pop from him, 46,000 chips.
That's not an easy shove either with 7s there when you get it raised under the gun in second attack and you have all those people behind you still. It's 7s, that's a very tricky spot.
Yeah, his best friend John is on the rail right now. And 54 years old out of Youngstown, Ohio. Has 2 kids, been playing poker for the last 25 years, and apparently plays poker 24/7. Loves the game.
Props to him for finding that shove there with 7-7.
Chidwick in the cutoff seat. But Wang has ace-king. It's got to get a little annoying here for Chidwick. He's like, oh, come on again.
This is going to be a really annoying spot for him because he has 9 big blinds. He
Yeah.
has the ace-3 offsuit.
Well, it's yeah, he's getting 2-1. He kind of has to call, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Chidwick does make the call, and it's a good spot for Wang. He's in great shape to double up. Ace-king versus ace-3. 31,000 in the pot. Bao Wang. Jack high flop, nothing there for ace-3 as of yet, although Chidwick does have the ace of spades.
Well, 4 spades or...
That would be a sweaty card for sure.
Ooh.
Oh, hello, queen of spades. Any spade, any 3. Outs are in the top of your screen, 10 of them.
They never make it easy in this game.
Always a sweat. Jack of hearts, ace-king does play, full double up for Wang. I always marvel when you hear poker players. Phil Hellmuth loves to brag about this. He brags about everything. He loves to brag about how I was never all in, like 3 days in, 4 days in. I was never all in.
I'm not going to lie, I brag about that a lot at my first main event. And I was like, oh, you're small pairs. I'm like, yeah, but I was never all in until the final table.
But that's the interesting thing is, I mean, you say it, it's a brag, but that's kind of part of the game. I mean, the game is survival, right? You know, bag for the next day, accumulate chips along the way, obviously, but survive. And if you're never all in, I know this sounds super obvious, guilty as charged, but if you're never all in, it's like, yeah, then you're probably going to do okay.
I have a friend, Tony Gargano, who anytime anyone would tell him a bad beat story or someone said, like, you know, they got knocked out this way, he's always like, should have had more chips. Should have had more chips.
Hey, Bobby Baldwin famously, many, many years ago, one of the World Series Poker main events I watched that was at Binion's back in the day, Bobby Baldwin got knocked out. He flopped a set. I want to say he had 8s up against queens, and a queen came on the turn of the river and knocked him out. And in the post-game interview, when he was talking about it, he actually just said, he goes, well, I made some mistakes earlier on. If I hadn't made those mistakes, I would have had more chips and I'd still be in. And it was just an amazing response to not just, yeah, I got it in with a set and the guy hits a 2-outer.
That's a sign of a successful poker player, you know?
How about flopping trip queens? Is that a sign of a successful poker player?
Very much.
Renee Knapp with the ace.
Look at this. He's already back up to 314 with another 17.5 in the middle.
The only thing I can guarantee you, I don't know where Rigby's going to be in an hour. I don't know where he's going to be in 10 minutes. But I know he's not going to stay level.
Correct. He's doing a good job at staying in that middle 50% VPIP range.
Well, I set my line at 48. You were taking the under, and then you set a line at 42, and I was like, yeah, back up the truck. And I might have set the line too low as well at 48. Clearly I did.
Just seems so hard to do. Especially the main event.
I mean, I want to say Stu Unger famously when the event that was, when the final table was on Fremont Street outside, like the story goes like he raised like 21 hands in a row or something.
And some more 4x flats and 5-6 over here.
I mean, you can see that like the main event has some effect on people where it makes them, you know, tighten up and makes them play more snug, and there's other people who really just go for it and they're just super loose and it has no effect on them at all. They just play like a home game. You gotta love it though. Nap's been pretty involved.
I believe that is Michael Prozansky, who is wearing the Patriots shirt. Blind on blind here, Nap versus Franklin. Franklin gonna be a little sticky with his ducks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Try? You want to try?
Feels like a long level.
Long what?
Level.
Okay, Nap find another bet. It's pretty tough to do with no gut shot, not much working for you here. I mean, another bet will definitely get it done.
Yeah, he's gonna bet again, and
he finds it.
Yeah, I imagine it's not really a matter of what he has, just a matter of if Franklin doesn't have a queen.
Yeah,
he's gonna fold.
So this is one of the spots I think is kind of picking on Franklin a little bit, going for a big size and thinking that he's just gonna fold a lot of hands here.
Sure enough, Franklin does fold. The ducks. It's been a roller coaster ride for Nicholas Rigby. He's still the chip leader at this table. And interestingly enough, he's pretty much exactly where he was when we started, right? He was like 350?
Yeah, he's right around
360?
No, I think he was around, I think he was over 4.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, he was over 4.
I mean, he was, at one point he was definitely over 4, and at one point he was down to like 230.
Yeah, when I got in the booth, I think he was around 415.
Okay.
But then
John is...
He played that hand against Chad Power like almost instantly, though. That got him down to like 300. So.
Oh, right. Stefan John, by the way, has a 2% VPIP. I want to say he's probably played one hand. This is his second hand.
Well, to be fair to John, he has 3s here early to act, and he's raising, so that 2% is probably not him being really tight. It's just him not getting hands.
Yeah, that's probably, and also with Chad Power and Rigby always in the pot, it kind of does make it a little bit hard.
Yeah, because you can clearly make a case that fold pocket 3s under the gun or second to act. So I don't think John is as tight as his VPIP is making him out to be.
No, he lives in Berlin, Germany, 35 years old. But it kind of does speak volumes for, you know, how we and other poker players and the viewers, we do jump to conclusions. We're like, okay, well, we've been watching this guy for an hour and a half and he hasn't played any hands.
Oh yeah, his friends watching him back home. They're like, dude, how come you're not playing any hands? I'm not getting any hands.
Right.
Then he finally decides to raise one hand and he gets 3-bet.
But it's also it's such a great structure in the sense that, look at, he's still got 149,000 chips. He's totally fine. He's got 100 bigs. He's fine.
Yeah, I remember day 2 of the year I won the main event, 2019 or 2009. Sorry. I bagged, I think I bagged like 1,000 more chips than I bagged the chip lead. So I had like basically the same stack that I bagged. And Bax was like, I knew you had a great shot winning when you went from chip leader and just bagged up 1K more the next day and just stayed stationary.
It's a big thing. Well, 2009, a great year when you won the main event. 2003, of course, when Chris Moneymaker won it.
That's the worst part about this.
And 2004, Greg Raymer won it. Natalie Bodie on the floor has tracked down
Greg Raymer,
the
2004 main event champion. When you think about that run, Greg, what is most memorable?
Oh, just it's so much fun when things go your way. I got lots of good starting hands. I hit lots of flops. My opponents were paying me off, and it's nothing more fun than that.
Sounds like it. I'm going to have to send you back now. You're going to get dealt another hand. Great to catch up with you. Hopefully we can do it again this series. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Forget poker after dark. We play poker in the dark.
Greg Raymer, Fossil Man, 2004 World Series of Poker main event champion.
Just spot on the
back at his table. I've had the pleasure of doing commentary with him as well.
I don't want anyone to take my show idea.
We actually did commentary in Buenos Aires.
Oh, that sounds fun.
For the LAPT a million years ago. And I still remember I had one of the best meals I've ever had. Went out with him and my buddy Bart. We went out and had a delicious Argentinian steak, red wine, full meal, and the whole bill was like $60.
How was Argentina?
Oh, amazing. Love it. Could not recommend it more. If you're a wine lover, Mendoza is one of the best places you could ever go to.
I'm gonna have to visit there one day.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I was in Buenos Aires for about 2 weeks working, and then decided to kind of take the opportunity to see the rest of South America. Went to Mendoza, Uruguay, Chile. It was a lot of fun.
Sounds like a great trip.
2 players. You've been in every hand, so probably you were in.
I mean, it's my big blind, buddy. Cut me some break, you know.
Flush draw here
Check.
for Gonzalez.
3.
Rafael Gonzalez has not played a lot of hands either, but boom, he hits it right away.
Checks it back too. He's very disguised now.
3 squared.
Yeah, kind of a sexy little check back, huh?
Yeah. Gotta love Rigby
Now
firing
I
into you
know.
now. You're like, oh, I turned the second nuts and I have a
Can
guy
afford it.
firing into me.
Just a call. He's got his opponent drawing dead almost always.
Yeah, good just call. You're in position. Allow your opponent to keep firing. If they have a good hand, they're going to keep firing. If they have a bluff, hopefully they keep firing.
All in.
Oh,
whoa!
Oh, wow, he's got
Now,
it.
Gonzalez only had 39,000 chips, but still, what a
He's got
situation
it.
for Gonzalez. Just by checking back and only calling,
What
he
about just
induces
king
that
jack?
shove.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just
Use
king
that
jack was
100%. That
not
check
good.
back changes the entire hand there on the flop. Rigby didn't think he would check back a flush draw and really wanted to apply max pressure there.
Yeah, and honestly, what does Gonzalez do if he has a
like he's
9,
about to mock.
right? Check it back
You almost won the pot.
or second pair type thing, you know?
Yeah, that's what Rigby's intent was, obviously. I mean, it's hard to make flushes, and especially guys that check back flush draws. I mean, great check on his part.
That was a good river.
Great spot for Javier Gonzalez, who has doubled up. I'm sorry, Rafael Gonzalez, my apologies. Gonzalez back up to 96,500.
So you don't always have to play a lot of hands. He's VP at 10%. Just found himself a double there.
I need a flush versus ace high
No, you don't, Chad.
for a double.
It's kind of the magic of tournaments. There's so many different ways to find success on the felt.
So many different styles, too.
Yeah.
That's what I love about poker is, like, everyone has a kind of a different approach and a different style to the game. Like, I remember seeing online, there's people out there that would play like a limp style, and they would, like, you know, limp re-raise a lot, limp fold, limp call, but, you know, there's so many different, like, approaches. Like, it's like a chessboard. You don't have to start with the same opening move every time.
To me, it's one of those things where I remember talking to Brian Rast about this, and he said, you know, I didn't get into poker to play chess because, you know, chess is, you know, the computer can tell you what the perfect move is, what the correct move is. But in poker, we can still debate it.
Yeah.
You know, I know we have solvers now and GTO Wizard and things like that, but to your point, I mean, like, you look at Dominic Nietzsche, he does limp in a lot, right?
Yeah, I
you got
mean,
Rigby's, you got
Solver is also like, solvers have varying, like, you know, do this 20% of the time, do this 10% of the time, do this 80%. Like, you can't balance all that 100% accurately in every. It's just too hard to play exactly. And a solver is playing against another solver, you know.
I'm gonna bring my. I've got a really nerdy Dungeons and Dragons dice. I'm gonna bring that so I can be like, hold on a second. The solver told me to do this 31% of the time, so I gotta say.
Well, you got a lot of professionals looking at clocks now and or watches or different things to try to, you know, do balance that.
Pretty gross hand, by the way.
Yeah, we missed that clash there.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a particularly big pot. I was watching it, but
Riverbet wouldn't have worked.
Power had a pair and a straight draw, and you know, Rigby really had nothing going on. And
value.
Thinks the ace.
Well, he had I think he made 2 pair, right? Or
oh, did he? Okay, my bad then.
I think he had an 8 there on the flop.
Well, in that case, it actually wasn't a very big pot for those 2 players.
Yeah, he was out of position, just hoping Chad would continue betting, and Chad had enough showdown where he didn't need to bet, just hoping to win the hand at showdown with middle pair.
I want to thank you all for finding us here on PokerGo and on YouTube. Our coverage does continue tomorrow, day 2D action. 3:30 p.m. is when it all starts. We've got 8 hours of coverage tomorrow. And over the next 10 days or so, it's going to be just, I don't even know, 120 hours of World Series of Poker coverage every single day. Power raising, Rigby calling.
Felt like the only thing Rigby was thinking about there was 3-betting or calling. He didn't have the fold in his head.
Fold, he's got a king.
All right, let's see if John decides. No, it's a good fold. I like folding.
My man adjusted his chips
Queen
and
Jack off
scared
there.
you out.
Sorry?
I said my man adjusted his chips and it scared you out.
You could call. Both Chad and Rigby play a lot of hands. A lot of money in the pot. You could call Queen Jack, but I don't blame him folding.
Yeah, Power's pulled back a little bit, though. Early on, he was playing a ton of hands. Not playing quite as many. Killing Taurus is going to be in there with the suited gap.
I know that's what you saw.
No, I thought I'm in the big line.
Oh,
I misread
okay.
the situation. And
Yeah. That works as well.
Good thing he didn't call with that Queen Jack. He would find himself in a lot of trouble right now.
Power with Ace Jack on this Jack high board.
Gotta love that flop of your powers. You checked it over to Rigby. Look at that.
Rigby just can't help himself, can he?
Good check on Power's part. I think Power recognizes Rigby likes to put money in and is giving him that opportunity. Question is, can Rigby find a path to victory here?
Just going to check here.
He's like a 7. Okay, that's a card that could do it.
Yeah, I mean.
But Power does not go down easily. This should be an interesting river here.
I mean, would Rigby check back a 10 on the turn?
I mean, only Rigby knows that.
And he goes 50? Or did he say something? Yeah, 50 into 30.
Ooh, that's a good size because with that size, I don't know if Power is going to be able to. I mean, but here's the thing. Powers now is going to be like, all right, if you had a flush, why are you not betting the turn? And if you have just a 10 here, why are you going so big? He's very good at analyzing hands. So even though this board is very scary.
My hand is very bad.
This reminds me of day one of the main.
This one.
I won't put it past him to find a call, to be honest. It's a very bad board for his hand, but given how the action went down, he's really asking himself, why would Rigby not bet the turn and bet so big on the river? Like, if you have just a 10, are you really going for that much value from me?
You have like a small flush. Or the diaper. Probably not the diaper. Probably a small flush or nonsense.
Got to the part of nonsense or a small flush. Now is that small flush going to check the turn?
Pot is 80,000. It's 50,000 to call.
I think this is a pivotal hand too. It could really
huge
tip the swings of Rigby, you know, going in either direction and Power going in either direction.
Looks like he wants to call. I mean, if you don't think he does this with a 10 ever, and you just think it's a flush.
He already eliminated the 10.
Oh,
Yep, there it goes.
He makes the call. That's a great call.
Look at that. He doesn't even make him show the squad douche. He just like turns it over.
I like that, by the way. I think that's a very pro move.
I like it
if
too.
there's a player at the table who likes to bluff, in my opinion, I don't. Some guys do this. They're like, "Show, I want to see, I want to see," and I'm not. To me, I'm like, no. If I want to, I don't want to dissuade them from bluffing. I don't want them to be uncomfortable about it. I want them to continue bluffing. Anyway, what a call from Chad Power.
Great
He
call.
dismissed the 10. He did the same thought process you had, and came up with the fact that it was a flush or nothing and more nonsense. Watch the 2025 World Series of Poker live on PokerGo, daily World Series of Poker main event broadcast. Subscribe now at PokerGo.com. promo code WSOP25YT and get $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Danny Negreanu still in. The evidence right there.
That was one of those situations where I wish Rigby would have just gave it a little bit more thought and picked a different sizing. Like if he would have bet 20K, I think he would have had a better chance of finding path to victory there. Or betting like something like a small value bet that a 10 would bet.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he gave up on the turn, and then the river was like, "Oh, this is a scary card."
Yeah, this is my chance. Like,
but what story are you telling?
Yeah, Chad's he's really good at sniffing out bluffs. Very good.
And you mentioned he called that 4x plus pot size bet on like level 1.
Yeah, it was like 440% pot on the river. Level 1 for guys all in with third pair.
Another pivotal hand here. Power raising with 9s. Rigby's got a real hand though. King Queen.
Because you're mad at me. All right. As long as you're mad, I'll call.
As long as you're mad, I call.
Like a regular hand, I'd have to fold.
He's lying there.
King Queen versus 9s. Both these players still incredibly deep, even despite those last couple of hands from Rigby. A lot of spades out there, neither player with a spade in their hands.
Yeah, Rigby hates this flop. Question is he going to put more money in? Nope.
Check. Check.
Ooh, this is a path to victory.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, wow.
Wow. I wonder if he didn't see the wheel.
I think he saw it. I just think after getting caught in that last hand and Chad hero calling him, I just think he thinks Chad is not going to give him any credit. He's just done bluffing for a minute.
For a minute?
Yeah, for a minute. He was
It's
just
a really
over that
good,
flop.
I mean, as played, it was a really good river card to bluff, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Rigby just, I like people playing fast, but there's situations where you got to give yourself some time to think about certain rivers and board, like dynamic board changes are always very interesting to think about.
Well, you just think about it. It's like, how am I playing? I 3-bet pre, he called. I'm checking it down. My hand looks like ace high.
Oh, 100% looks like ace high, and ace high is a hand that you 3-bet a lot. You know, any ace rag, any big ace.
No sugar.
Like,
you
check it down. I'll
take a couple waters,
I think
please.
Powers would probably get better on that river. Who knows?
Thank you. Yeah, just wherever's fine.
Chad Power, by the way, on
Thanks.
374,000 chips. Rigby down to 220. He is the lowest point we have seen him at this table.
You can see Powers keeps extending that rope to Rigby too. Like when he made that ace jack, he's giving that rope to Rigby to keep firing. He's punishing him a little bit by playing too many hands.
Yeah, and the amazing thing about that hand, and you brought it up right away, it was Chad Power actually was the original raiser.
Yes.
Flop comes out Jack 9 blank, right?
So many players is continuation bet.
Right.
there.
I mean,
Just
how many
aimlessly,
players?
like, how do you not? Like,
Right. You just. I mean, it's a wet board, and the big player in the big blind was there as well. How many players just bet and the hand is over and you move on? He checks one time, and he induces, you know, a bluffy player to give away, you know, 60,000 extra
If
chips.
you only if you only tip $10, you're getting fake water.
There's Prozansky.
Thank you.
114,000 chips behind the Patriots fan.
No customers when you get a hand.
The
See?
lament.
He's not that tight. He opened up the king 4 offsuit in the cutoff there.
I think he's just waiting for Power and Rigby to get out of the way, and he hasn't had many opportunities.
And he talks about how good his hand was, trying to keep that tight image.
He's VPM's up to 7. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a crazy man now.
I bet you if he had a decent amount of
one?
holdings,
Which
his
way
normal
did you
VPIP
drop?
would be in like
1A,
the 30s,
BC?
given that he's opening 3s second act, opening king 4
A,
off,
1A?
and the cutoff.
No.
He did fold the queen
Yeah,
jack in the
what
small
day?
blind.
A or B or C? Which starting
I mean, isn't the
C.
greatest compliment you can get?
You?
Like if like
Yeah, also.
different people
C.
think you're really, really tight, and then others think you're just this lunatic.
Yeah,
You know,
you're on
it's
both
like-
sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, and you're like, wow, which one is he? I'm both. Depends who I'm playing against and the situation.
We haven't really seen any big hands clash yet.
No, this has just been manufactured violence. We've had plenty of like aces versus kings versus queens. We've had aces versus nines, of course. You missed it last night, the Jared Blesnick elimination hand. We've had plenty of those.
Yeah, I mean, this had a potential to be, with these hands given, a boring table, but these players have really made it some big pots and made it some action.
I don't like how much I saw you counting there. You're like 7, 8, 9, 10. All right.
He has that speech play to him.
Yeah, you can, you
We're
can tell that he
playing
is.
4 card straights. I'm in trouble.
He's got a lot of
with that.
experience playing live poker.
4. Go to 4,000.
Rosansky betting here, I don't know.
This would be funny if Chad finds a call when they chop
You got
it
a
up.
3 card straight?
I don't know.
I want to see what that looks like.
Is it a
I
bluff?
have no hand.
Yeah, it's definitely a bluff.
Ace 5.
All right, well, if you have no hand and I have no hand, then chop it up.
You know that's going to put a smile on
I agree.
his face.
Yeah, it's
I'm happy with the chop.
It's a fun hand there, because I mean, Rosansky is bluffing with ace 5. There's no way he's getting a pair to fold. I mean, he
No.
couldn't even get ace deuce to fold.
Yeah, you can't get ace king or ace queen or ace jack.
I wonder if he ever gets value from like king jack though.
Maybe, I mean,
You don't think somebody's betting an ace?
but like, you know, like I said earlier, you get those situations where on the river you got king jack and you know you're thinking about calling an amateur. It's like
Chop
you
ace
can't
high,
rule
chop.
out those bad ace highs because sometimes
Ace
they might be
5,
bluffing with
ace
them, and
deuce.
even though the bluff may not make sense, they do have those hands in their range. So it makes those hands harder to call with, knowing that an amateur might be bluffing with slightly better.
Og Dog says, I like the speeches from Power. Yeah, he is a good speech play, no doubt about it.
I like his shirt.
Raise.
Or so
Raise 3,500.
Yeah, how many times have you correctly deduced that your opponent is bluffing, and then you can't beat their bluff?
I remember a hand I played way back in the day where, long story short, I'm on the river. It's like a paired board. Based on this guy's like betting sizes and times and the way that, just the way the hand played out, I was like so convinced he was bluffing on the river, and he went all in for like a large size hand. I called with ace queen high. The guy rolled ace king high and like just complete defeat. And I muck my hand, and he gets up. He's like, "That's the craziest hand I've ever played."
Yeah, if you play poker long enough, you'll get yourself in that situation where your opponent goes, nice call, and then flips over a pair of threes, and you're like, oh, yeah, no, nice hand for you.
Good hand, good value bet.
Raise here from Franklin. Gets a few customers. We see a king 5 board. Not a terrible flop for sixes.
Yeah, everyone has not much, but a little. Almost like who's going to bet first at this.
Franklin's going to put a nickel out there.
I think he might win the pot with that nickel.
Maybe Cronin calls? No, Cronin's going to let it go.
That's tough with two people behind you. Have a pair under the 5.
Day 1A, Day 1B, Day 1C, all combined into this day. Last I checked, a little bit under 2,000 players remaining from this day. Day 2D still there. That's the one thing about entering tomorrow. You've outlasted like thousands already.
Yeah, that's why late regging is very popular in the side events. Is you can
Feels
max
good.
late reg and you're already through like 2/3 of the field. Win 1 or 2 flips, you're at the money.
Power raising. Rigby has definitely pulled back a little bit. Like 3 hands in a row he hasn't played.
Yeah, he's probably a little shook up about that that Chad Power call.
Franklin in the big blinds.
I bet you the speech play is going to come out here once the flop comes.
10-4-4. Powers hit it. Outflops Franklin.
Very small bet. Yeah.
Franklin's got some backdoor equity, but just going to let it go. Despite getting a pretty good price.
Yeah, you can tell Franklin's a little bit on the more snugger side. He's going to feel much more comfortable when he makes, you know, a top pair. Or he's not going to really flow or
get no more bluffs. We were even on bluffs, remember? I had queen 10 of spades, sir, okay? But it was hard for you to have any piece, so I tried to make it really cheap for you.
Queen 4-4 would have been exciting.
Jack 4 should have got in there.
Oh, you got a queen?
Yeah, Queen Jack.
Oh my God, yeah.
And Jack 4, I should have really been on
See,
there.
I'd be a little bit hesitant to tell
I'm
Power
down
too much
plus one,
information.
you
Tell him
tighten
you're
up.
folding Queen Jack to a 2K bet into 9.5 on the flop. I don't like giving too much information to those guys.
Yeah, I think Chad Power can give the information to Franklin.
See him start talking to him, and then he, you know, brings them out and gets
Smart.
a little bit out of him.
It's just
gets
really
some information.
smart.
Stefan.
I'm always
You like
amazed. We
playing
watched Daniel
standing table
Negreanu
or not?
earlier, and I'm always amazed when people kind of tell Daniel Negreanu stuff.
You
I'm
don't
like,
care.
Listen, he's already really good. Don't give him more information.
Yeah, they thrive on
Oh,
that.
prefer not to. Okay.
Chidwick has
Yeah, if it is more
lost a
like
few chips. He's
serious,
down to
like a
65,500.
Triton or something like that, I think off streaming is better. Oh, okay. It's one of the reasons.
This is serious. Serious.
Yeah, the highest VPIP at this table is 34%. You almost got 4 people at the other table have higher than that. So the highest
So many
VPIP at
people
this table
analyze
is,
the hand, like
would almost
especially
be,
like
what,
Stefan.
4th at the other table?
Like, how can I say?
Almost 5th.
They,
yeah, much less active.
Raise 3,000.
Mark Harvish popping it up with King Jack suited. Kleeman's been one of the more active players, right?
Yeah, he's the most active one at the table.
Oh, Marjay on 106,000. He's got pocket 8s. That is David Marjay. So McCarvish, the 54-year-old from Youngstown, Ohio.
So we are going back to
Hits his king. David Marjay, the third pair to the board.
call.
Decides the call with the big sizing here.
Marjay, an engineer, 3 kids.
1 minute break. 1 minute break. The main event.
I believe level's going to be popping up momentarily, which means the players are going on a break. We will not take that break.
Nobody told us.
Through the magic of streaming.
I like it.
We will eliminate the break and just continue on.
I like it. No breaks.
Come back to this table, yes. If they move you, then they'll let you know, okay? Just come back if not. I'm not sure what's happening.
World Series of Poker presented by GTO Wizard. Beat the best, crush the rest. Save 10% at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Players all walking out, taking a quick break. They come back for the final level of the day. What's the feeling in the final level?
It depends. I mean, I think a lot of it depends on your table, how the day's been going. Sometimes you're happy to get out of there. You know, you have a tough table draw. You're like, just get me through this day. Give me a fresh table for tomorrow. Other times you're just like, I wish we could keep playing.
Are you like a last level beer guy?
No. I'm not really a beer guy in general. I don't really drink.
Okay, well, there you go. Natalie Bodie on the floor. Joe Cata alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. Chad Power, our chip leader at the featured table. 192 big blinds. Sean Cronin, our short stack, on 16 big blinds. Nicholas Rigby, the star, so to speak, with 250,000 chips, 128 big blinds. We'll see what he can do in the last level. Blinds are up again. The 10th level for these players. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000. And I was saying this earlier. I feel like sometimes like the tournament kind of starts on day 3. Like the first 2 days, you just kind of, okay, tread water, maybe add some chips to your stack. You can't win it, or you can only lose it. But on day 3, it feels real because now suddenly the money bubble's in sight. Right?
I wish that was the case for me. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Sometimes day ones can be very uneventful. Like I've had plenty of day ones where it's like I've floated between the 50 and 80K range most of the day, and it was just kind of like getting day 2, the blinds get a little bit bigger, day 3. But there's other day 1 days where the action was extremely fast, and you would get put in a lot. I remember I played this one year. We were on the feature table, but they didn't have a feature table for day 1. And we had this Army veteran who was probably like 85, 90 years old maybe. He had a whole crowd in the stands. Every time he won a hand, everyone was clapping for him. It was great. But every time it was checked to him, I noticed this, like, Ronnie Barter was at my table. He was going for his cash streak of, like, the main, like, 5 times in a row. And he got put all in pre-flop against the guy, and he had kings, and it was early. And he, like, it just agonized him to the bit. And he ended up calling the guy at ace-10 off. But throughout the day, I realized every time it was checked to him, he would bet, like, 4 times the pot, no matter what. Middle pair, top pair, set, nothing. If it was checked to him, he was finding, like, 4 times the pot. So I got in a hand where I had, like, an ace rag in the big blind. It was like a 4 or 5-way limp pot. Flop comes ace 7-5. Checks to him on the button. I'm like, oh gosh, if my read's correct, this guy's gonna fire like 4 times pot. Boom, 3, 4 times pot. I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. I call, turn 9. I check, again, 4 times pot, and it basically almost puts me all in already. I'm like, am I gonna go broke for like 100 and some big blinds with an ace rag and a 5-way pot? I'm like, this seems insane. And I call again, and the river comes like a 10. I check, and he jams all in. I'm like, well, I gotta go with my read here. Like, I call, and he turned to 9 and just had like middle pair and king 9, and I won the hand. I'm like, oh my gosh, like he really. But this guy, he was a massive chip leader to out in like, I don't know, like the 4th level of the day. But he had at one point like 300 and some thousand, and he was putting everyone in the blender. And when people did call him, he had it. So it was a very interesting first day.
Not against a fan.
It can be difficult playing against players who massively overbet the pot.
Oh yeah.
Simply because it's like, it's hard to make a hand that you're willing to go broken with.
Isn't that weird?
You know.
Yeah, you flop a top pair. You're like, what am I supposed to do? They're betting 4 times the pot all the time.
I got Queen Jack on a Jack high board. Is this the hand? Is this it? Rigby on a 250,000 chips. Power pacing the field on 384,000. I mean, I should say this particular table. Take a look at. See where we're at here. Current chip leader in the field, and this is obviously a very fluid situation. We have a player, Alexel Kravchuk, who's on 810,000.
Wow.
Gilad Rubinsky, by the way, the gentleman we had at our feature table, who made that really peculiar bet with the ace-jack, right? Yeah. He was down to like 150,000 after that one.
I've seen that hand.
He's on 622,000. He has chipped back up. Bin Wang on 610,000.
It's always nice having the 300-400 big blinds. Isn't it all comfortable?
I mean, day 2, to have that many chips, just absolutely insane.
Feels weird to just win the blinds at this table.
Yeah, it hasn't happened much.
I mean, everyone wants to fuck around and find out, including myself. Hold on. Or no, that's right. That's right. Start. Yeah.
Right, 4,000.
I had one main event I played that was particularly frustrating simply because I don't know why. I think just randomly, I kept getting moved. Got an all-in here. Kleeman all-in for 20,000. Wang making the call. Wang deciding what to do with the ace-queen now. So you got 2 players all in here. Kleeman and Wang.
So Wang opened up 2nd act.
Wow.
Shove 3rd act. And a call in the big blind.
And Wang has made the call as well. 3-way action. 73,500 in there. The side pot will be 7,000 chips. The main pot, the rest of it, 67,000-ish.
How come I felt like Kleeman had a lot more chips? Did he lose a?
I guess so. Yeah, he must have. He definitely did not have that few chips.
Yeah, I thought he was floating around the 60 to 80 range.
Yeah, apparently, despite the bright yellow sweatshirt, somebody did run him over.
Okay.
Oh, Yokosawa has 150 now.
Ah, that makes sense. There you go. McCarvish has 150 as well.
Yeah, they had to be the benefactor.
In fact, look at this. Newey, Yokosawa, and McCarvish are all on about 150.
Yeah, I think Newey picked up. I can't remember Newey's stack.
Kleeman all in, Wang all in. Wang looking for a double elimination with the ace-queen. Again, the side pot, just 7,000 chips. The dealer's just trying to figure out what to do with the triangle.
Should be the ace queen, right? You had the listen out, right?
It's my friend Bobby, great dealer.
Yeah. The ace-queen is the only one who's not at risk, by the way. We'll figure it out, Bobby. Jack 5-4, queen's still in the lead.
3 of spades.
That would be an interesting card for sure. It is the deuce of hearts, so Wang has picked up a wheel draw. Wang needs an 8, and we already know the 8 of hearts is dead, so he needs the 8 of clubs. But he can still win the side pot. Does not, though. The jack of spades on the river. So Kleeman triples up, basically, to 66,500. Wang wins the side pot. He's at 70K, or just 3.5 bigs.
For the 8, for the queen.
Oh, yeah, Wang's still in it.
He's still in.
That's
Triple
right.
chair.
And this is the main
I had
point.
about 7K at one
Queen.
point on day 2 when I found table to mate, so.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if he can spin it up.
Nice triple up.
I mean, earlier this series, I was playing a tournament. I was deep in a tournament. A guy lost ace king to ace king, and he's left with one chip, like one 1/10 of a big blind maybe. And in like an hour, he was like the chip leader of the tournament. Like in 5 hands, he was back to where he was at, like 115K, and then next you know, he had like 500-600K, and I was just like, changes real quick in this game.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, especially when you're really short stacked. You do have an opportunity with the antes. You do have an opportunity to like quintuple up.
Yep.
It's not just doubling up. You can go from 7 to 33 really quick.
Yes.
Kleeman picks up queen 5. Chidwick has dwindled down to essentially starting stack, so he's only got about 33 big blinds now.
Hello.
Raise the 8.
Yeah, king 5 is just a good spot to raise it up. Wow, ace 5 off, folding to a blind versus blind raise. Really had him in bad shape there. But I was just going to say, king 5 is one of those good hands to raise blind versus blind because you don't really want to limp call with the king 5 off and kind of just take the initiative of the aggression in the hand, having a king.
2022, Yokosawa was honored in the Fans' Choice Poker Personality of the Year at the GPI Awards. Member of the WPT Champions Club, secured a notable victory at the World Poker Tour Korea main event.
Raise the 4,000.
Became the first ever WPT champion from Japan.
I'm sure he's gotten a lot of Japanese players into the game.
Calls.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, how
70
poker's
or
really exploding.
65.
Not just in Asia and China, but specifically in Japan.
Yeah.
King high flop. Kleeman, gut shot to Broadway. Yokosawa with a pair of jacks.
Checks. Checks.
So open under the gun and a flat on the button with queen jack off. Queen Jack probably figures he's going to get 1 bet maximum for value here. Plays pot control. Decides to go for it on the river or call in position if his opponent ever decided to bluff. Yeah, imagine he goes decent size here now that he checked twice.
He's gonna take your advice. Going.
It looked like he bet bigger than 8, didn't he?
Definitely, he bet 2
yeah,
red chips.
It looks
so.
like 12. Yeah, 12K he bet.
Each one of those red chips, 5K. The yellow chips are 1K. Greens are 25K. Kleeman insta-folded.
Yeah, Kleeman was happy to getting his free equity in that hand all the way down to showdown. Ace or queen for free, but no money in the pot. Shout out to Bobby and all our great dealers out there.
Yeah, it's a tough job. I mean, you know, but and I know obviously there have been some complaints throughout the series. You get a lot of dealers who just don't have a lot of experience, but for the most part, I think they do an amazing job, and the ones that we've seen on our stream have just been fantastic.
Yeah, I think as the series progresses to it, the dealing gets better, especially at the start of the series. They're thrown right into the, you know, the Shark Tank, and
I mean, keep in mind also, it's not just they're not just playing Hold'em, right? I mean, where else are these dealers learning how to deal? I mean, we have like dealer's choice. There's like 21 games.
Yeah, I can see, you know, people's frustration, but at the same time, it's like,
Well, we
you
got
know,
an action flop.
we need these dealers. They're not a ton of amazing, like it's going to be hard to get the WSOP to get that many amazing dealers or these massive fields. Like,
well,
you got
the experienced dealers all have jobs,
yeah,
right? So you're asking an experienced dealer to leave their job to come here for a temporary gig over the summer. That's just not going to happen. It's an impossibility. Action flop here, Wang with a pair and a flush draw. Kleeman with top pair, blind on blind. Considering it's blind on blind, these are 2 really good hands.
Yeah, I like Wang's check here. One of those situations where he's not going to make a better hand fold and gives a little rope, can call very easily. Have a lot of things working for you.
He's facing a 7,000 chip bet into 10, so pot now 17, 7 to call. Is there really any play besides just call?
No, I mean, I know some players will like to raise, but I just think that's really wrong.
It does make the call, 24,000 in the pot. River's a queen.
I think he's gonna go check. Oh no, it's blind versus blind. He might go.
That's what I was. Yeah.
He might go for value here. I mean, he has a good ace with ace of diamonds. I imagine him go value here. You can eliminate 9-10, king 10. Not gonna have diamond. You think your opponent? He checks.
I've noticed that a lot, by the way, at the World Series, and really in a lot of times, especially in the main event where people are a little more risk adverse. You see a lot of players checking back, just kind of content to get the showdown.
Are you guys gonna deal with
Yeah, I mean, that the queen puts a lot of draws in on the river, but a lot of times you expect your opponent to double barrel with the draw, like 9-10 or, you know, dimes there. Like, you want to keep betting your equity, so a lot of times he's going to be paired there with a jack or a weaker ace, or especially blind versus blind. Ace 9's pretty strong here there. It would have been a tough. I mean, I don't think he would find a call with Jack 6 clubs. It would be very hard, but I think you still have to seek value with that ace 9. Your kicker plays.
Oh, thank you, Vega. Vega, I appreciate the love there. Thank you all for being there in the chat. I see you guys. Really appreciate it. Spending your Sunday here with us at PokerGO and at the World Series of Poker.
Raise 5,000.
David Margie. Gonna pop it up to 5,000. It's 2.5 times the big blind. Chidwick's going to call out of the big blind.
I'm really happy he's seeing, you know, fours here out of the big blind, just being able to call a little bit more and having a pair. You're finding a lot of bigs, and four just feels nice to flick in a 3K more for a call.
Not the flop he's looking for, though. And Margie checks back.
Can you imagine if that 3 was a 4?
I mean, you kind of draws me back to 2003, Chris Moneymaker and Phil Ivey.
Yeah, I remember that hand.
When Ivey hit the 9 on the turn.
Chris filled
Chris
up
had
on the river.
ace-queen, and he filled up on the river, yep.
Iconic hand. I think that's one inexperienced.
Look at Margie, he's dancing.
Inexperienced players, that's one of their faults, is like they try to like be a little bit too tricky with big hands. Like you playing this deep, like especially when you're the last act on the flop, you gotta start building the flop. Like, you gotta put something out there. Maybe Chidwick check raises, maybe calls. If he folds, but you gotta try to build a pot when you have those really good hands.
So when you're trying to determine when you should be slow playing, you know, and setting a trap, what are you basing that on?
A lot of it is based on like, can I get the money in if I slow play at other streets? Like, how much value can I, you know, get from this hand? And then like, how often does my opponent like to, you know, bet turns if check 2? Are they more likely to put more money in if I slow play? But like in that situation, it's like you're playing really deep and you're the last to act on the flop. Like you gotta start building a pot yourself. It'd be a little bit different if he was out of position, he checked and tried to entice, you know, fours to maybe, or a hand to bluff or a bet.
Got an all in here. Ace Queen versus the 7s, and Wang is all in for just 5,000 chips. He was the one who had 8s, and they held up. Looks like he might double up, and we're talking about it. Hey,
yeah, let's spin it up, Wang.
Can we?
I always like a good spin up story.
Wang in the big blind with the Ace Queen, gets it all in, and does get the full double. Up to 13,000 chips now, back up to 6.5 big blinds. One more double and he's back in business a little bit.
Yeah, he just passed through the big and the big blind ante, so he has a whole rotation to find a spot with his 6.5.
Yeah, the other thing I would caution players against, if you're going to slow play, sometimes, you know, you try to trap and you become the trapped, and if you're doing it against a player like Steve Chidwick, beware.
Yeah, I mean, Chidwick's not one of those guys that's just going to start firing out randomly either. Like, he's going to have some equity if he's going to be just going off.
Right, Chidwick's not to be like, well, I guess the guy checked, he has nothing, I'm just going to go for it now.
He's too smart for that. You got a free turn card of trying to get a double up there.
Yeah, and if he hits a 2-outer there, boom.
Yep. Also, I think just obviously the clearer, the best time to slow play is, you know, you're in position, someone's betting into you. It's like, allow them to keep betting because if they have a hand, they're going to keep betting. If they are bluffing, give them a chance to keep betting. So those are clear situations where you can just easily slow play in position when your opponent's betting into you.
Chidwick avoids disaster here. He could have called on the button with King 10, decided not to.
Definitely avoided disaster. Bet very 15K into
13.
Yeah.
Flush draw.
Yes. I mean, given that he unblocks top pair, I don't necessarily hate this big sizing too much, but the thing I don't like about it is like you can pick a different sizing and still find a way to get your stack in on 3 streets. So I would definitely go a little bit smaller and then size up turn river.
We are going very slowly over to the feature table. And we have a new player on the right side of the screen. There you see Aaron Baroni, one of the stream team members for 888 Poker. And also,
Rigby's involved in the hand.
He's also a poker coach, as you see. And he's kind of got a cool shirt too. He has a shirt with his Hendon mob on there. Kind of cool. Aaron's a great guy, by the way. Really great guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I follow him on
like,
Twitter.
oh, half my family says it one way, half says it the other.
Or X, I say.
Shout out, my buddy Mike.
Is that his Hendon mob you said?
That's his Hendon mob.
Okay,
Does it say 8K on it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Does it have 8,000 on it?
Something like that, yeah. He's an online guy.
Yeah, I know.
But it is really funny. A lot of diamonds out there. Rigby and Gonzalez both going to check. Gonzalez
Can't be
does
good.
get there and wins the smallish pot.
Yeah, so I went Gonzalez raised
Makes
third
the bad
deck,
call,
Rigby
gets rewarded.
defended the big, check flop, Rigby bet turn.
Never
and
happened against me before.
Really bad
Excuse me,
river for
Tyler.
Rigby. I think he already knew.
Everybody knows.
Yeah. Wang all in once
Oh.
again. This time he's in trouble.
No.
Wang versus Wang. 29,000. Now suddenly 29,000 in the pot. So
Let's see if I can will a 2-outer for him. I've been good at
can you
this.
do this?
Yeah.
He's got a live suit.
This is my specialty.
4 spades will do also.
Yeah. Small pairs.
Oh, I mean every other small card's out there.
It's looking grim.
It is not looking good.
Oh man, even a 7-6 high with the kicker.
7 will not do it. Nope. That'd be a dirty way to lose too. River is Jack of Diamonds, and that is it.
Spin up is gone.
The dream is over. Thought maybe, just maybe, get it done, but not to be. Belio Wang eliminated late on day 2.
I also would have bet. I would have bet 4,000 that I win.
Rigby with ace king.
I'd be
Not real
interested
dollars,
at
just these.
to see the international numbers every year, how much they go up and what countries go up and how more diverse the tournament gets.
So it's a
Yeah.
min
stay
raise
at
from
him.
Power, a 3-bet from
Get him.
Rigby.
Let's both get him.
Jean gonna just stare at them
Me
both.
too.
Power.
I'm watching you.
Wow. I'm very surprised because I'm not surprised that because typically ace deuce off is just a clear fold to a 3-bet. But I think earlier in the stream we saw Power open the ace 3 on the cutoff offsuit and Rigby 3-bet and he decided to continue with it.
I mean, maybe he's picked something up where he doesn't think Rigby is making moves on him anymore, and I don't know.
Well, that was a very good
It's a good read, or maybe maybe he had a read and he knew Rigby had something there. Anyway, he cut it though. Power now on 413,000. It has been pretty seamless for him. He's just all smooth sailing. Rigby on about 250,000 chips. Aaron, by the way, just on the right side of your
No, we
screen,
warmed it
just
up
joined
pretty
us on
good.
162,000. You'll see the American flag. He is in fact American, but he does live in Canada,
Okay.
so he can play online.
We're finally getting to the point where you can live in America now and play online in some states. So hopefully it continues to grow. I know my home state you
Is that
can
like
play
a tell
online
when you say your
very
seat's warm?
easily. As the WSOP, Poker Stars.
Yeah, sick brag.
Yep.
I gotta go back to California.
Man, I honestly I don't know.
This was a bad
When
choice for that.
WSOP first launched in Michigan, I played nonstop and I was just absolutely crushing the cash games and just out of nowhere I kind of just cold turkey and just stop playing. That's kind of been that way for the last few years. I don't know what happened. I just kind of burned out.
Rigby cannot
diaper.
resist the dirty diaper. He can't resist. He can't resist it.
Feels like it.
And Kellen Taurus has decided what to do. He's in a spot because it's not just about Rigby. He's still got to worry about Aaron, who raised first. Doesn't close the action.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see him folding ace-queen suited pre-flop here, especially to a Rigby 3-bet. But when this pot's gonna get,
Oh, look at this. He's got a 4-bet.
I like it. Not obviously seeing the hands, but
The fact that his opponents have king, jack, and 3 deuce, it's brilliant.
yeah. But even if Rigby had ace-king here, or Perron had ace-king, I'd still like the 3-bet with ace-queen of diamonds.
I'm not sure if Aaron is familiar with all the players at this table or not, but he probably is familiar with Rigby.
He has to be. Everyone's familiar with Rigby,
Right?
That's playing the main event, right?
I think so.
I mean, he's more of a household name than I am.
As he should be.
I agree.
I mean, no offense.
Yeah, no
What'd you
offense
do?
taken.
You just won.
Yeah, I also play like just ABC poker. This guy is like.
You do not play ABC poker. Kellen Taurus now up to 240,000. Rigby down to 229.
No.
My style is similar to Franklin's. I don't make top pair, I'm out of there.
That's it. If you want to join Europe's richest poker tour, the EPT, well, 3 more stops in 2025. We're going to Barcelona for the biggest European event of the year. That's August 18th to the 31st. Then in October, early October, the tour returns to Malta for the first time in about a decade. And the EPT season ends in Prague in early December. For more details on the EPT, check out the PokerStars Live app.
Raise.
Rip.
Matthew Franklin. With Queen Jack suited, killing Taurus with pocket threes. Franklin not particularly deep.
Yeah, that's the difficulty about good fold here. I like the fold.
Disciplines, right?
Yeah, I think playing out of position and having a player behind you still in the big blind and playing off, like you said, like you mentioned, the short stack. Like if you hit your 3, which is 7.5, 8 out times on the flop, you're just really not gonna get all too much. And also, even if you hit your 3, you're not even guaranteed to double up against someone like Franklin.
First time playing poker. Yeah.
Got about an hour and 45 minutes or so left in play tonight, maybe an hour and a half, somewhere in
That's
that
why
range.
you have 9,000 earnings live. Cases, yeah. Cases.
There's always that end of the day bubble,
Yeah,
right? I
but,
mean, you've worked so hard. Now these players
online
have basically played 20 hours of poker. And, day 3, it's kind of moving day.
You're in the top 200K all-time
Can you
money,
get
though?
yourself in
That's
position
pretty
to make
good.
the money?
Did you get that shirt or did someone get it
also
for you?
get a nice day off tomorrow, playing today. So a lot of these players are just like,
it's hilarious.
But get through the day, take a day off tomorrow.
So how did you? You're a streamer. That's how you did the double patches.
Yeah. Ambassador for 8-8 Poker and a coach at Upswing.
Oh, you're a coach at Upswing. Oh, so you're actually good. That's just.
Gotta stop
All
telling
right.
this guy too much. You
You
gotta do a little trolling back to guys like this. Like,
triple draw coach or something. It's not no limit, is it? Oh my God.
Tournament poker.
Bro, go find a new table.
Ja, heel erg dit.
Click the button, the money goes in much more.
Ah, okay. And you don't need to spend 12 hours at the table.
see, I wouldn't
It's
be able to help myself if I was someone random and be like, yeah, my friend told me to wear this patch. Like,
That makes the get up even better. It really does.
I do think a big part of finding success in
I'll
table
reach
is
out to
understanding
Oreo.
how
I'll
you're
see if I can strike a
perceived.
deal for you.
And I will say one thing with
That's
Aaron,
fine,
when he
yeah.
wears that
Oreo.
patch, there's no
Yeah.
surprise. You like
See if I can get
people
you
are
at
going to
least a
assume
sleeve
you
of
know how to
cookies.
play poker.
oh yeah, of course. You tell you're your coach at Upswing Poker.
Right, they're just going to be like, oh,
You're
wow,
not
okay.
coaching nonsense.
For Chad, it's, hey, listen, I like Oreos.
Chad obviously feels very comfortable at this table.
Yeah. By the way, I am 100% having Oreos and milk tonight.
That sounds pretty good.
It sounds so good
I
right
can't remember
now.
the last time I had an Oreo, but that sounds good. Every time I think of Oreos, I just have this video of that blowtorch. You ever see that? Like they're
No.
blowtorching like an Oreo, and it's just sitting there just withholding the blowtorch, and like nothing's happening to the Oreo at all.
Does it melt?
No.
Wow, that's scary. Maybe I don't want to. Okay. Raise here from Franklin. Rigby calls. Just a call from Jean. Did you see the video from Faraz Jaka?
The 7 deuce?
Yeah, trying to talk his way through the 7 deuce. How it was like, yeah, so this is my thought process of the hand.
Yep. I watched it.
I love Faraz. I really do. But I'm like, dude, why are you in the hand with 7 deuce offsuit? Like,
that's
if
like
you wanted
you said.
to create
Like,
if you wanted to create a maniacal image, couldn't you pick a different hand?
that goes back why I had so much success in the main is because I never get super creative like that.
I like your choice of words, by the way. Super creative. Speaking, by the way, 7 deuce, he should have played it. Look at that. He would have flopped. He would have flopped trip sevens.
So you have plenty of hands to different hand selections to bluff.
So when you talked about raising on paired boards, would Aaron Baroni's kind of hand be the one that you kind of like look at where it's kind of wrapped around and there are a lot of good turn cards for you?
This is a great hand to do it for many reasons. Is one, he's in the big blind, so he's way more likely to have a 7 than his opponents. But in his defense, this is a 4-way pot. You still have 2 people behind you. I think heads up or like 3-handed, he might have been more elected to go for a raise there. Especially when you're playing deep, you can really put people in really bad spots because no one likes getting check raised when they have a king on a king 7/7 board on a 4-way pot from the big blind. Like, you're just like, do I fold now? So, yeah, you can really put people in bad spots there.
Whether it's Jeff Platt or Natalie Bodie, both of them doing amazing work on the floor for us here at the World Series of Poker main event, getting us the stories, getting us the insight right down on the floor. And Natalie Bodie right now with Jonathan Party.
Here with Mr. John Party, who you've got a pretty big stack built up on day 2. How's it gone in your words?
I think it's going well. There's this old saying, better lucky than good, and I've been trying to live by that today, and it's been going well so far.
Every time I walk by, you're laughing, smiling, you're having a good time. Is that the strategy at this point? Just keep it loose?
No, this would be an absolutely miserable game if people weren't having fun while tossing these chips around. So any day you get to come, have a great table, play the 10K at WSOP, what's not to smile about?
What's your mentality during this thing, though? Because it is a marathon, as we know.
And
so how do you keep the brain?
Run many of them.
Hey, I'm not. You look like a fit guy. We're not. No. See, you flex for them. How do you keep it focused, though, and obviously understand that it's a long road if you get there?
I think the trick is to not really focus that much. I think it's kind of like stay a little bit unfocused, and it kind of leads into focus.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to send you back for your next hand. There you have it, Mr. John Party. Thank you, sir.
That's the trick, huh? Just stay unfocused.
I love that. I'm rooting for him. I love people that are just there having a good time.
Just blasting off. Yeah.
It's great for the game. No one wants to see, robots and people in hoodies and scarves. And personalities are great for poker, especially at this stage.
Absolutely. I mean, is there something to it in the sense that it is such a long road to hoe, so to speak, right? I mean, it's so many hours. You can't just sit there and be focused. Do you kind of like pick spots where you can kind of turn off a little bit?
Hold on, this is weird. Power folded his hand, then he asked for his hand back. I don't know if he just wanted to show it to the card reader, or if he thought maybe it was pocket 7s and not 7-6 off or something. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Normally you don't just get your hand back either after you give it to the dealer.
Right, you don't usually, you can't have it back. I'm sorry, you folded. You don't get it back, sir.
Yeah, no, staying loose, I mean, there is probably something to that a little bit. Like, it's such a long grind. I think sometimes people put a little bit too much pressure on themselves and are a little bit too tight. So just having that like lax, loose approach, it's not necessarily bad.
Right. I use another sports analogy. It's like baseball, like,
World
holding onto the bat too tight type thing.
This is your first?
Be loose. Gonzalez is going to take that down. No flop necessary.
No, it's third. Really?
Is that a thing in baseball? I'm not a big baseball player.
No, I mean, I've heard that said that, like, sometimes just players putting too much pressure on themselves. Hockey, it is for sure, where you're holding onto the stick too tight. Yeah. Got to have a little bit more loose. And
once you saw how bad we played,
relax.
Like,
there has to be a lot of pressure in baseball because you go through little streaks of not getting a hit, and
So
it's
like a
like
$2 tournament.
you probably really get in your head in baseball.
Think about it. I mean, you only get like, what, 4 chances a night.
I know.
So
you go on a bad downswing, and all of a sudden your average stop dropping, and all they do is baseball is all about statistics.
I would imagine, I didn't play baseball past like 10th grade, but I would imagine it's pretty easy to get your head if you,
pitcher or
you have a bad few
Played
games. Yeah.
the summer celebration. I came
Race from Rigby with the suited king.
Any good results?
I went on flight B. I busted like 10 minutes before day 2.
Oh, so no.
Like
Chad, trying to get more
200 out of
information from
4,000
other players.
on this day.
Oh, well, that's a lot. I don't know. I haven't followed any of the events. This is the only one I've played.
Sure, he's just being friendly and he's not really doing this
Who raised?
for poker
Oh, okay.
purposes, but at
Yeah.
the same time,
In
it
that
is helping
case,
him.
I mean, he didn't look me up yet. You have to, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
really?
listen, you've made deep runs in this
I
event.
guess I'll look at my second card. All right. That's
Aaron, by the way, folded 4 deuce.
That's got dice.
So, you know, a funny hand that got me to the final table the second time is there was this guy on my right in 2018. We were, I think, maybe day 5 or day 6. I think his name was Bobby Lee. He was a
What
big
about you, bud?
Bitcoin guy.
You-
And I
any-
followed him on Twitter.
Any
You know, in
decent
his,
success
in
this
his
World
Twitter
Series?
picture,
You
he had
play a
like a
lot?
suit, he very professional.
And,
But at my table, he
you're
was
like a 1 month,
dressed super goofy, had this like Hawaiian, this really weird hat on, like just super goofy guy. And I was talking, being friendly with him for a while, and then we got on the top of Bitcoin. He's like, oh, you know, you use
It's my
Bitcoin or
first
whatever,
one
and
in
we
5
start
years.
talking, become
Oh,
really
that's
friendly,
nice.
and this hand comes up, and he opens the button, and I'm down to like 12 or 13
played
bigs because I was always short in that
in
tournament.
Venetian
And I have ace-9 offsuit,
tournament.
and I shove the
This
small
is my
blind.
first
It gets back onto him, and
This
he's
is my
like,
first time playing Hold'em in like.
he's like, you know what? He's like,
What do you play? Really?
you've been
Play
solid.
Big O.
He's like, I'll give
And
you
like,
credit for this. And he folds
not
ace
often.
queen face up,
I used to
and the
play a
whole
lot.
table erupts. They're like, oh my gosh, like give me that hand. Like, how do you not call there? And he looks at me. He's like, is that a bad fold? Like,
you satellite it
I don't,
or-
because he wasn't
Say
you know,
again?
a professional.
Satellite it or
He doesn't
something?
play poker much. He's like, was that? He's
No,
like,
I just bought
so
it.
I thought you had like a
Oh, yeah.
pair. And I
If
told him
I
like, you know, I had
satellited,
pocket
then I
nines. You know, we
would've
were flipping and stuff.
Played a
and
tournament in the last
being
5 years.
But like, I was just thinking the whole day. I'm like,
Ah, yeah.
if I wasn't talking to this guy and being friendly with the home guy, does he
Yeah,
fold this
can't
hand
do
to me?
both.
Like, I don't know. Like, but sometimes it works out in your favor. It wasn't like I became friendly with him for that purpose, but it just ended up turning out that way.
Baroni with the jack on this jack 9-3 board, gonna bet, and Rigby quickly takes it down. I'm sorry, and Rigby quickly folds. Baroni takes it down. I've seen players, by the way, talk about, you know, especially going into day 3. I have seen people
If
in
you
the
do
latter
well, you
parts
can
of day
sell
3
the how to
say,
beat Rigsby course.
you're talking to people
on
and be like,
Upswing.
oh yeah, this is,
Get a
I
lot
need
of
the
subs.
cash.
Yeah.
I
He's a
satellite
superstar.
into this.
Well, actually,
I'm not, basically, just
my
tell their,
daughter has an
Oh, yeah,
outfit.
they tell you the whole story.
infant,
I'm not playing.
and
I'm not
on
going to
the
play any
back,
hands if we
like
get
where
close
the
to the money.
diaper is. It's
Can I tell you about one of
offsuit.
the funniest hands? Probably the best. This would have been the best hand for
My
TV
buddy made it for
ever.
me. I don't know if
it
you have
was
a
on the final.
copyright on that, but you probably should get
I'll
one.
let them know.
Trademark.
Yeah, you might owe some money.
Yeah, you owe.
I already gave you 4,000, but you gave it to him.
Yeah, I want to hear your story. I want to hear them too. I want to hear everybody.
This is interesting. Let's see if something develops with his kings first.
Okay, tell the story while Aaron check. It's usually they don't usually talk too much while they're playing.
Okay, we're deep. We're probably maybe 50, 60 players left in the main event, and this, like you were saying, this kid to my left of me was basically explaining how big of a moment this is, like how huge and how nervous he was, and you could tell how nervous he was, and it was just like, and this hand comes up where someone opens under the gun, and this to 4x, and this Israeli guy who just had a ton of chips, who's just slowly giving them all away, is just ready to give them out. He 3-bets to,
really?
so it went 4x under the gun.
and then
He 5x's them,
came over
puts
here.
20
I
big
don't
blinds
like
in
being
there.
on the feature table.
I fold. It gets on the kid to my left who was really nervous, and he shoves all in for like 60 bigs. Folds a couple times around the table, and all of a sudden he's like, I don't know why I did that. He's like, blah, blah. He's like now visibly freaking out. Like he's like, I shouldn't have shoved. Blah, blah. I'm like, dude, like, quiet. Like there's people in the hand here, quiet. Like, and it folds around to the under the gun. He's like, how much is that? And he goes all in or whatever. And now it gets back to the Israeli guy, and he's like, how much is that? Because now the under the gun went all in for like 100 big blinds. And he's like, oh, I call. And the hands are, under the gun has aces, the Israeli guy has 9s, and
Now
the
you
kid next to me has jacks.
Seems fair.
And he's now completely like, why did I do that? Like, totally shucking up. The flop comes jack 7-5. And he's like, oh my gosh. He's like, please hold. He's standing up. He's like, please hold. He's like, no ways. No ways. Turn 10. So board's jack 10-7-5. He's like, no ways. No ways. River 8. And the guy with pocket 9s just scoops it all.
Oh.
And he's looking at the board. He's like, 9s? 9s? He's like, I shouldn't have been in there with jacks. It's like, how do you go with 9s? And it was such a just funny TV hand that I wish it would have been caught on camera.
That's fantastic.
And the guy with aces didn't say one word and just walked off.
That's good. Kleeman 3-betting here, by the way. Markarvish is the original raiser on 123,000. Kleeman has been one of the more aggressive players at this table, staying active despite not having a ton of chips. He was all in a little while ago and tripled up with queens, and he does get this one through.
That's a good 3-bet there with king 10 off.
Up to 76,500.
Put a lot of pressure on his opponent to really make a decision pre-flop. King Jack, you're just kind of putting in the blender there. It's a really bad hand to continue with to a 3-bet.
So wet. My hands are so wet.
You ready?
Yeah.
It took him a minute too to see the straight. Like the whole time he was calling for no ace. I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, if an 8 really comes here, that'd be brutal. The 8 sure enough game.
Right, and the guy with ace is just walking off like, yeah.
Oh yeah, he was quiet the whole time.
Wang raising it up on 114,000 with ace jack. Kleeman with king 7. Is he going to 3-bet 2 hands in a row? I think he's considering it, but he lets it go. Chidwick not going to get out of line with the ace 4. He's back up to 83,000.
And I was happy because now the worst or the least experienced player at the table had all the chips. I think he ended up coasting them all the way to like 12th or something, maybe something in the final 2 table range. Final 15 players.
Not in event like this.
Anti-sweating the better players at your table is just a real thing.
Oh yeah, it is a real thing, especially when you're deep in the main. It's like, sorry, man.
Ace high flop. Wang hits the ace.
Check.
Bain has got a gut shot, but with 2 diamonds out there, not sure he wants to get involved on the side of it. Wang's going to go 8,000 and not going to get any action. He's up to 128,000. Last level of day 2. Day 1A, Day 1B, Day 1C combined into this field, and we are in our last level. 20 hours of poker for the players who bag.
Are there hands that stick with you that you'll never forget?
Oh, of course. I mean, as poker players, that's just how we are.
Yeah.
We were bred that way, I think. Honestly, if a friend of mine starts to describe a hand and can't remember it, I instantly don't think much of them as a player. I'm like, if you can't remember the hand, I'm like, because poker players just have this really strange, just innate ability to remember hands from 12 years ago. It's like, oh no, it was the turn. There was a 4 diamonds. It was everything about it. It's weird. But yeah, of course.
Sure.
All in for Franklin. Rigby's made the call.
Yeah.
Matthew Franklin at risk.
Got a big hand for Franklin.
That's great.
Rigby, by the way, kind of needs this now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say needs it. He's still got he's got 100 big blinds.
He needs it.
For him, he needs it.
Yes, they both need
It's
this.
a fair fight.
Dare I say, Franklin needs it more, as it is his tournament life on the line.
Like you were saying,
I don't know who's
it's weird how as poker players, you just remember, I remember poker. I was in this one tournament in Bahamas as a 25K, and the owner of PokerStar, Eastside, was at my table.
10 high flop.
And he was getting up away from the table a lot, always gone. Everyone's like, who's this guy just not sitting in for 25K? I run into the next day in the Bahamas, and he's like, hey, can I ask you about...
Turns a king.
King for
Franklin hits the king. Rigby needs an ace or a 10, or he will be below 200,000 chips. Franklin looking to survive. 9 of spades. It's a clean. Franklin adding 30,000 to his stack. He's up to 55,000. He's back up the starting stack, basically.
Oh, green chip. I haven't had
He's got
one
27 and a half
in
bigs. Rigby down to 192,000. Sorry about that.
No.
So Esai, yeah, what a legend.
Yeah, and he sees me. He's like, can I ask you about a hand that yesterday? And he started telling me the hand, and I'm like, no, that's not really how it went. It kind of went like this. He's like, how do you remember a hand that you were making small talk over here? And I'm like, I don't know. It just comes with the territory sometimes. And he was like, just really shocked that I could remember a hand that wasn't played by me really. But yeah, I mean, I still remember hands that were like small pots that were like not like monumental for the tournament.
No, I'm fine out the
I got
hard way.
like Daniel Strauss bluffing with his hand before, Chan's bluffing his hand before that I'll like just never forget. And I'm just like, it just changed the way I thought about certain hands and how I approached hands. I'm just like,
You play a lot live?
I just never expected to get bluffed in these spots,
Really?
and they pulled it off, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm like, you guys, like,
which one do you like
it's
better?
just like mine, like I can never get those hands out of my head, and it's been over 10 years.
That's
it wasn't even a pivotal spot either.
I think that's just being a poker player. I love Aaron Brony's shirt. It's just amazing. Total earnings, 8,162. If he wore it, in fairness though, and I'm going to make the suggestion, Jimmy, if he just didn't wear the upswing patch, I think it would work more. You know?
I think so. I wonder what inexperienced players think about that. Because obviously, like,
Lots of players do, right? I mean, when you see who you're lined up against, you immediately look at their Hendon mob. And if they're American and they don't have any live scores, you assume they probably don't play much.
This app now the new app with the whole WSOP really doesn't hide things as much anymore.
No, it doesn't. Rigby raising it up. John has kind of waited for a spot like this. Hasn't played much today. He 3-bets with King Jack suited. And Rigby suddenly not that deep anymore.
Not gonna.
No. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who changes gears.
He's like, this is a chance I can get my chips back.
And there's a 5. He's got a flush draw too. He's got a straight draw.
He's in there.
He's got everything.
Now, are we gonna decide to continue, or are we gonna give up and try to get to show? He's gonna fire.
That's Stefan John. He hasn't really 3-bet Power or Rigby at all. So, got to imagine that he's going to try to tell the story that he's got, big pair. Right?
Yeah, it's scary though, that 9-5-3 with no clubs out there, and you're betting into Rigby, who has.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care what image you put up, and well, the deck if it bails John out as the king comes off. Now John is going to check it back.
Wow, he checks the king.
Oh! Ho!
Wow, that's. Why would he?
Bet when you're not there, and then when you get there, check it back.
You know, Rigby is probably going to go really big here because he's been known to.
Oh, he's absolutely going to go big. Not that big, actually. 37.
See, this is a great spot to overbet here because your opponent seems very capped.
Oh, Stefan John. Oh, he is annoyed.
Oh, wow.
Rigby back up to 260,000. Stefan John down to 101.5.
I'm very surprised he didn't bet that turn card.
I mean, is the reason to not bet it, just to play devil's advocate, is the reason not to bet it just because you think, hey, Rigby might bluff a lot of rivers?
Still time left. Only day 2.
I mean,
because we've seen that.
I mean, if Rigby continues on the flop, right?
Let's talk about Play Poker Go. Fun and free online poker. Deal yourself in at Play Poker Go. It's where the action never stops. And now you can chase your share of $1 million in gold every single hour. Jump into free online poker with real players and zero risk. The gold free roll runs every hour on the half hour. No buy-in, no catch, just your shot at gold. PlayPokerGo.com. So, yeah.
The question is, like, what are you hoping he bluffs, right? Are you hoping he bluffs, like, a missed draw? And if so, it's like, if he has a draw, it's... Don't you want him putting money in on the turn? Like, and then you can, if the draw gets there, like a heart gets there, you can check back river. Like, you want to kind of price the draws. I mean, it doesn't seem like Rigby's going to fold with a drawing hand, and then if he has a pair, you want Rigby, you want to get value.
The funny thing is, I don't even think he folds the turn with a 5.
That's what I'm saying. Like
you want you at third pair.
You want to get value from pairs. You want to get value from draws. I mean, he didn't check raise you on the flop, so if he is slow playing, he could is more likely to continue to slow play and have your opponent continue to rep the king, and if he does want to check raise river. So I just think he clearly missed a bet there.
He might have saved his stack though, to be honest.
I mean, I know what's going on in his head. He's thinking like, am I going to get 3 streets of value with King Jack here? Do I want to play some pot control? Like, not too many rivers hurt me, but at the same time, you're just giving your opponent free equity.
Well, and he realized that free equity by spiking 2 pair and getting paid. Rigby versus Renee Knapp. Renee with 7s and the 7 of diamonds. Rigby with absolutely nothing. Checks it back.
You know that river card was huge for Rigby for so many different reasons. Like if he loses that hand, he continues to go down big.
I think so.
I think that was a very important hand for Rigby, obviously.
11,000 chip bet. He's going to try to represent the diamond. So this is kind of interesting. So he's trying to tell the story that he checked back a diamond on the flop.
I can't have a diamond.
And now he's betting it?
It's possible. I mean, you don't do that with the ace of diamonds too often, never, but
maybe queen 9 or something like that. Or
yeah, like a queen 10 with a 10 of diamonds or a queen jack. It's a tough story to really sell, though.
Knapp checking one more time, and he's going to win it with the 7 diamonds. Rigby took one shot at it. I'm not convinced that Rene was going to fold.
No. It's tough to fold against Rigby, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why when he makes hands, he gets chips and he gets them quick.
That's why I would like to see him bet a little bit bigger on the river there because, with his image, he's going to get paid more than most. And he's already been shown to overbet bluff spots. So I thought that was a great situation for him to bet, 50K or something like that.
But everybody at the table saw the 50,000
exactly.
chip
Throw
bet.
2 green chips out there.
Right.
Again.
Everybody saw that. What are your opinions on bluffing to advertise?
I mean, bluffing's part of the game, and you like show your bluff, you're saying?
Meaning like early on in the session, show some audacious bluff to kind of advertise so you can get action later on, that kind of thought process.
Yeah, I like it if like, for example, if you're not a very, like, for example, if you're not too keen to make these audacious bluffs, like, it'd be great to show the bluff because now you're like, I got out of my comfort zone. Look, guys, I'm capable. And you kind of go back to your comfort zone and you're like, maybe they don't know that I'm not always bluffing. But if you're really in there mixing it up all the time, then I probably wouldn't advise showing any of your bluffs.
Brzezinski, our resident Patriots fan, has picked up aces on the button. Power out of the way, Rigby out of the way. They're going to give Brzezinski some credit.
You got it. You win.
Yeah, Brzezinski has not played a ton of hands, hasn't been overly active.
What do you think?
That brings his pre-flop raise to 5%.
Right.
I had you.
Probably did at the end.
Yeah.
That Rigby's over the 60 mark, but he ain't slowing down.
I really undersold him.
Wow.
I set the line at 48, but I felt like I set a line that I knew you'd bet under anyway.
I'm glad I didn't
You're
bet
just lucky
anything.
I didn't bet you anything.
Yeah, I know. I would have owed you another case of beer or something.
New player here. Well, that is actually at the outer table. That is Nanya Sencheka and Juliet Hagades.
Look at that chip stack.
Nanya, a big poker personality in Japan. Juliet, by the way, final table of the ladies event last week and is currently 10th in chips.
Yeah, that's a nice stack.
Juliet on the right side of the screen, wearing the white. Nana on the left side. So this is certainly interesting, yeah. Juliet is running hot, as I said. Final table of the ladies event last week. 10th in chips right now. There you go. Graphics up there, Nana. And further evidence of the booming poker world in Japan.
Oh, yeah. It's also great to see more women playing, too.
Yeah, fantastic.
Looks like Juliet's in a hand there, contemplating.
Yeah, and she's got looked like she had 400,000 in just green.
Seems like you got a lot of familiar faces in the women's tournament that makes the final table like multiple times or has continued success in that tournament.
It's amazing though when you look at that. I mean, the story about Shinya, who came in second place, then first. Like, it's just, it goes beyond like my comprehension. I mean, how do you finish second and then first in 3 consecutive years?
I forget what tournament it was. Maybe you know, but I was out to eat the other day and I was sitting next to someone and they just shipped the bracelet. I forget their name. and they defended their title from last year in the same exact tournament.
So, I mean, it's been done before. I mean, Adam Friedman did it in the Dealer's Choice. So it's certainly been done. It's just the fact that she did it like 3 years in a row, basically.
Yeah, that's
second, first is just kind of crazy. Rigby's going to bump it up.
Anyway,
Ace-8 suited.
he went back to back. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, great. I'm like, now you playing the main next? So he's like, no, I'm done. I'm gonna go home and enjoy myself. I came here to do what I need to do. I'm like
Wow.
I even appreciate that even more.
No, look.
Like you kind of look at it, you're like, wait, you're running hot though. You're not feeling good.
Like
You're
the
not
wife's
gonna-
coming on. I'm just gonna spend the
never
next
do
week
the
with
no
the
look
wife.
thing.
I'm head home.
I don't know why anyone does. What if you want to
Okay.
play a huge one?
Can't fault that one bit.
Squandered your opportunity.
King 9-8. Both players hit an 8. Power with some kicker issues.
2,500.
This would be perfectly
Rigby
okay
sizing
calling
it
this.
down.
Yeah. We get the showdown a lot with these hands.
I was going to say, hard to imagine a scenario where the chips really go in unless another 8 comes off. Check, check. Oh, hello.
Check,
Everything
check.
going Power's way.
Yeah, Power's having a great day at the table.
Yeah, he's having fun.
I could see him making another deep run at this.
Where's the 8 on the turn?
Yeah, I love his table presence. He's just
I
so
was
comfortable
blocking.
there. You can see it. That's that good dog from before. He's up. Apparently a service dog.
Makes him miss my dogs.
Kleeman is.
Wow, big hand here.
Yeah, Kleeman's all in, and
Bunnies for you or
Yokosawa's got a
not?
set of deuces. Oh my.
Huge hand.
Wow. Top 2 versus bottom set.
I don't think I fold this, but let me think.
Yeah.
You're not folding this.
You're never folding this.
Never.
70,000 even, right?
No one bets folds a set. Come on. You know you're putting it in. It sucks if you get cooler, but
Right. I mean, if it's a set over set situation, so be it. But just put the
you're
chips
just,
in.
yeah,
Let's
you're
go.
just never folding.
186,000 in the pot. Kleeman in really bad shape. Top 2 versus bottom set. Cooler is just a part of the game. You just got to hope you're on the right side of them, or when you're on the wrong side of them, hope that your opponent doesn't have that many chips.
Hopefully 3 could make it interesting. A little spice.
I don't want to chomp here. That's
Everyone loves chop pots.
nobody likes chop pots.
5-4 would like a chop pot. Not anymore though.
No. 5 or 4 is what Kleeman needs. Otherwise, he is out the door. Yokosawa could suddenly be really healthy. And he is 6 on the river. Yokosawa up to 250,000 chips. Kleeman out the door. About an hour left in our day.
Yeah, with him busting, that makes the highest VPIP at this table now 24%.
That's small one. Lucky.
Gene Kleeman, German, played 19 hours of poker, but could not make it through the 20th and bagged for day 3. Yokosawa, though, look at this, 253,000 chips. He has the most chips at the outer table. Chidwick back down to 68.5. He just can't seem to get any traction.
What a flop.
Yeah, since we tuned in, he's double his stack. He was at around 125, 126. Now he's at 250. So he's having a good few hours.
Chidwick's just a great lesson in like, okay, like just doing nothing really. Like we watch him and we know, you know, what an amazing poker player he is and how talented, and we're expecting him to do something like be a magician, show something. What are you going to do? And he's like, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be patient. I'm not going to give my chips away.
Yeah, I think a lot of amateurs really get in their head too much about pros sometimes, especially really good pros, that they think they're always up to something or they're always trying to make a move on them. And then they give action that they wouldn't typically give. And, you know, a lot of times these pros are just, you know, playing really good fundamental poker, just really solid poker.
I've had the privilege of watching a lot of Chris Moorman play, and I've commentated with him, and he's obviously a great poker player. And I sat there and I'm like, you're so boring.
He's one of the GOATs.
And he's like, yeah. He's like, he's like, a lot of players make mistakes, and I just capitalize on them. He's like, I just make less mistakes than they do. And he's like, yep. I'm like, okay, that's it. But he's just like this incredibly boring. Like, really? That's it? And he's like, yeah.
I think it took me a year to adjust to my image because I think after winning the main event, everyone had me like pegged as like super aggressive player, and all my like 3-bet bluffs, all my hands. I'm like, I just need to play like a 60-year-old man. Just let it come to me, and they're never gonna believe me. And then after that, it's like I had a lot of success, just like chilling a little bit and just having players put way too many chips in against me.
20,000.
We got a Detroit Lions fan here. There you go. You got to be rooting for him, huh?
Oh yeah, oh
There
yeah,
you go.
100%.
Wangler.
Let's go Lions.
Picking up the jacks. And this is a big 3-bet. Raise to 4K. Chidwick calls, and they're both going to give the Lions fans some credit.
I actually like the sizing because you're playing out of position. There's 2 people in the pot already. You should at least go more than 4x. Jacks is, you know, one of those very vulnerable hands. You're just kind of looking to take it down pre-flop. But I like the sizing there.
Yeah.
Wangler takes it down. He's pretty happy about that. He's up to 91,500. Chidwick, after 19 hours of poker, is exactly where he started.
Yeah, that's great about the main. You don't really have to get in those spots where you're forced to, and you get short right away. You can really hang around, just play your style of poker that you want to.
Here's the crazy thing, and I hope people understand it. It's just when we burst the money bubble, there will be multiple players at or below starting stack.
Oh, a ton of players.
And that's the crazy thing. People don't wrap their head around that. Be like, I only have 60,000 chips. I've got to make a move. Yeah, you can't just blind your way into the money at this point. Yes, you have to play poker. But keep in mind, if you have one chip when they make the money, you just made the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Chidwick raising the button.
These min cashes, they're been pretty big now. They're all like double your buy-in, so you see a lot of play on the bubble that is very questionable at times.
And Dave Margie got the ace out of the big blind. Chidwick with a pair of queens. And this was a simple raise and then a call. I mean, Margie, one of the better hands he's going to have out of the big blind here. Oh, hello.
There you go. Here's a spot where Chidwick can start extracting a lot of value.
Margie not betting again. This is a nightmare situation for Dave Margie.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean,
Chidwick to go big here with the double flush draw board. Just hoping your opponent has an ace or maybe a bet smaller.
3,000.
I mean, Chidwick, I don't think Chidwick thinks Margie has anything.
I can agree with that, but now he should go big on the river, obviously.
Check.
Like, what do you think he has? I mean, Margie did not.
How big do you think he goes on the river, though? Like, do you think he goes more than pot?
No, I think he goes like
15?
11.
Oh, I would bet over 11 all day.
Okay, we'll say. Listen, when it comes to things like VPIP and when the tournament's going to end, I know I'm right. When it comes to how much Chidwick's going to bet, I'm going to go with you, but he does go. Big.
70. I said between 15 and 20.
Oh, showdown.
What's the reason for the sizing? I mean, Margie has shown no strength whatsoever, so what's the reason for the big sizing on the river?
I mean, you just gotta hope they have an ace and you get a lot of value because an ace is not gonna fold, right? So both flush draws miss. If he has a flush draw and that missed, like, does it matter if you go 5, 6K, 11K versus 20K? Like, he's probably just gonna fold, right? So you want to go. If he has something to call you with, you want to go bigger. You got to get that value.
Right, and I guess the board was ace, queen, 4, queen, 3, or something like that.
There's the fun in that.
So he's probably not going to call even 11 with.
I thought
exactly.
the 3-1 was really fun.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense.
I really enjoyed it, but
so,
I know 300 big blinds deep isn't everyone's favorite thing.
It's like the only part I enjoy. And then I immediately.
Yeah, I'm going to stay in my lane when it comes to betting you. Okay, I know what to bet on. I know what to bet on against you and what not to.
Pretty good with bet sizings. It's my specialty.
Yeah. There's a reason why you're a pretty good poker player. 4 bracelets, right?
Yes.
A guy at my table watched the entire season of Squid Game.
Oh.
Yeah. Entire season.
Saying on day one is someone at his table watched the entire season.
I love it. Aaron, by the way, a new father as well. Congratulations.
Oh, congratulations, Aaron.
Yeah. Like I said, Aaron's obviously a great poker player, but also just a really great guy. He's got ace queen here, raised from Gonzalez. Persansky is called, so you got some dead money in the pot. And Baroni going to take it upstairs to 18,000.
So this is it's gonna be a really difficult spot for Gonzalez when he gets back.
Yeah, he's only got 82,000 behind, so just not enough to call.
I mean, you can call, but you're calling out of position.
I thought he was
a big
cooked.
portion of your
I
stack.
thought you were putting it in and he was cooked.
You can shove. That's dicey spot too. It's just an interesting spot with ace queen. Raising really early, getting a flatter, and then getting a big 3-bet.
Yeah, it's an under the gun open, under the gun plus 1 call, under the gun plus 2 3-bet.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I feel like we can see all options from Gonzalez here.
Yeah, Rafael Gonzalez has not been too active today. Decides to raise under the gun with ace queen. Persansky calling. He's going to let it go. Persansky's going to let it go.
Easy.
And Baroni picks it up.
Easy. Easy. I don't have either a 3 or a deuce. Yeah. If I had, I'd show, right?
I mean, what's the point of not showing?
Yeah, right.
Shame on anyone who folds the diaper, by the way.
If you're looking to play poker without risk, check out playpokergo.com. Fun and free online poker. Deal yourself in. Available on web, iOS, and Android. They got free rolls running on the hour every half hour. Playpokergo.com. Nice shot here of the Horseshoe Event Center. A sea of poker players here and really in every room. Baroni with King 10 in early position. Not going to get involved.
Yeah, you were behind, just letting you know. Yeah.
Do you go into a day, when you're playing the main event, do you go into the day thinking like, I want to have this many chips by the end of it?
All in?
Are there goals for you?
Never.
No.
I mean, obviously we all have in the back of mind, we'd love to have like this number, but I don't think I've ever.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever set
I
goals
like it
for
because
myself
I get to
in
see the flop every
poker
time.
ever.
I'm like, oh,
It's such a.
You can't push me out.
Such a like so many uncontrolled variables and unknowns, and you just really just do what the best you can do, really, and just play each hand the best of your ability and really stay in tune with the game. I think that's my biggest goal for poker is sitting down at the table and just be very in tune in the game.
Every time you're just in for 2, and 2 boards for Omaha, double bomb pot. They have it here?
Even with 5%, they have it like 25.
We had a tournament. They had a
double board.
pot.
Two's fine.
Yeah, double board tournament.
I don't even know how to play 2 cards. Oh, yeah.
I had a couple of my friends playing that event, and they said that it was pretty live.
Yeah, I didn't play it, but I'd imagine that'd be a fun one to play.
The bomb pot game?
It almost seems like it's like a play similar to like a high-low game, almost like, you know, kind of have to have 2 type hands.
But yeah, I think the same principles that you would
I have
use
no
in
idea
any
how to play
split
so
pot
3
game.
flop.
You're probably using that one.
But if you're accomplished, and
Again,
you
you're
know
playing
things.
with 9 people or 8 people to flop or whatever. It's very interesting.
You lose
Aaron, not going to play. Renee Knapp,
yeah,
going to get rid of it. Matthew Franklin representing the United States. Thanks, but no thanks. And there's our chip leader, Chad Power, who has made every right move today.
Odd card is really weird where I'm like, I can have nuts on flop and I have to just fold. And I'm like, oh.
Somebody get Rigby some water.
But who wants to do that? I don't want to do that.
You guys don't have 5 plus, right?
I only know the 2 card stuff. I don't know. I should have been more familiar about the whole library so I could sell it to you, but unfortunately.
Persansky has called out of the big blind, so we'll see this one 3 ways.
We'll
Rigby Power, Persansky.
Okay, all right. I'll tell him.
You think Rigby's got another big hand in him over the next hour?
I do.
This is unlikely to be the one.
You prefer? Yeah. Bored. Is Omaha your favorite game? Okay.
Should get it done.
Yeah, I don't know how you go from that to this.
I always
and not
like
be-
seeing that.
Yeah.
Sixes, you can play a little small bud, they just fold. You're just ideal. Everything's going Power's way today.
I was thinking, I was like, man, if he dies in the
Making
middle
the
of the
right
game, what
calls.
happens?
Made it all day.
Yeah, it really is amazing
How many,
how
10?
poker can seem so easy at times,
10?
and then sometimes
30
just
for fun.
impossible.
Right there,
Like you're like,
30?
am I ever going to win ever again?
Wow.
You're just always getting put in the blender in like really difficult spots.
Like a one hand?
What was he just doing? One-handed
Only
push-ups?
push-ups, I don't know.
I couldn't hear the clap though.
Oh, clap push-ups?
It only counts if you can hear the clap.
That's the other part about this tournament that I love.
I don't think I can I mean,
despite the fact that it's such a serious tournament and it's $10,000.
I don't know if I can do 30 clap push-ups in a row.
It seems more social than any other tournament there is.
Yeah, you get you just get your most amount of players that are non-professionals.
Yeah.
And they're there for a good time.
They
and
videotaped it? Yeah. How many
once
have
you
you
get
done
once you get
during
players
the
start
series?
talking, get a good table. I like a talking table. I'm one of those talkers. Like, I'm probably not the greatest to initiate it. Like if I'm at a quiet table, I'm not like the Daniel Negreanu and the Chad Power and the.
No, you're not Daniel Negreanu?
But like
when you were younger, you were not a
here
talker.
like 1 month.
Were you?
So
Yes and no. I mean, if you go back and watch, I was talking. Like I remember Phil was in a tank thinking one time, and I don't know. I talked a decent amount at that final table, and leading up to the final two tables, I talked a decent amount.
Renee Knapp has raised. Chad Power is 3-bet. Persansky calling out of the small blind. Big smile on his face.
There was a hand in my own 9. I mean, there was a lot of hands that weren't shown.
I'm going to try to keep accumulating.
I was down to 3 big blinds in the big blind
CBD.
at the final table, and the button folds. Small blind puts me all in. I have the Jack 5 offsuit. I got a call.
I hope it's
getting
not
too good of odds. Small blind has 5-4 offsuit. I went with Jack high, and the button pounds the table like real hard.
I can't. I wish I could.
I'm like,
trust me.
easy. I just, I got 7, 8 big blinds now. It's not the end of the world. He's like, I should have raised. Blah, blah. I go, what'd you have? He's like, I had an ace. And I go, why didn't you raise the button? And he's like, I thought he was going to re-raise me and force me out. And I'm like, there's like $1 million pay jump here, right? Like, I think everyone wants me out. And like him just not raising that hand alone, like I would have went out 7th place there if he would have just raised. But him folding that hand changed the entire thing for me.
Yeah, it's amazing how kind of a butterfly effect. One guy doesn't raise, or one guy doesn't call, and suddenly you're still
That's
there.
of course, when he sees the high pitch and it's like a 2-spotter, he just.
it's pretty tough.
Yeah. He also has to throw it like 3 times as far normally. Yeah. Oh, you're doing great, man.
Franklin, the only real short stack at the table now, and he's not terribly short. I mean, he's got 17 big blinds. Everybody else, though, it's a pretty healthy stack. In fact, the rest of the players all over starting stack. Power approaching $500,000.
I feel like I'm always around 17 big blinds when I'm playing. Like, I'm never the chip leader anymore.
4-time bracelet winner. You've won this event. You've made the final table of this event twice. Nobody is going to feel bad for you, Joe.
No, I didn't expect people to feel bad for me. This is my stack. Nothing wrong with the 17 bigs.
Hey.
It says, I posted earlier on X. I'm like, when I bagged 11K on day 1 when I made the final table, it's survive in advance. Like 30 for 30. Just gotta get through each day. No matter how much you end up with. Obviously, you would like to end up with more, but get through the day, get through the day.
There have been a couple of main events that I've played and then I've commentated on. But a couple that I've played where I remember like day 3, where I had like double average.
That was nice.
Right, and I had a really good stack, and I'm just steamrolling. And there was somebody at the table who had like 48,000 and was just like desperately trying to make the money. and then I would watch the coverage with Ollie and Nick later that week.
And
I've been long gone. I mean, I've been long gone. I'm already home having a beer with my wife. We're chilling. I've been out for days. And that person is still in. And I'm like,
oh, yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. Or you have those
And they weren't even that good. I'm like, how are they still there?
Oh, yeah. Or you have those tournaments where you have so many chips and you get knocked out and then you're looking at the final two tables like, I had this many chips like freaking like
3 days ago, right?
You're like, man, I could have just hung on to the same stack and I'd be like this far in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
It is pretty amazing, though.
Maybe.
But, you know, poker does force your hand a lot.
Yeah. There you go. As far as favorite hands go, that's
my mom
actually
will
a
always
pretty
be
good
like,
one.
now don't bluff.
I've never heard anyone say
let it come to you. Don't
Usually
bluff. I'm
it's
like,
like
Mom,
deuce three.
bluffing's part of the game.
It's a really
I
boring
can't help it
answer, right?
sometimes.
I love that your mom. I love your mom. When does your mom still give you advice?
Oh yeah, sometimes.
That's great.
Well, yeah,
Sometimes.
on,
Do you ever look at it and go, Mom, I'm pretty good at this. Maybe you should let me make decisions. Killing Taurus. This gentleman right here made a choice. I think a lot of players kind of would have stayed out of Rigby's way, but he got himself involved in a few marginal spots, actually several marginal spots with Rigby. One, he was on the wrong side of it, but the others, he was able to kind of build a stack. And he went from what was like 90,000 down to say 70 and then back to about $250,000. Put himself in a great spot to kind of make a run.
Yeah, that trips hand was a big hand. This was kind of wild here with the turn bet with the 9-7.
Yeah.
Really going for it. But kind of give up on the river.
Nap's going to win that one.
That's sometimes people's problems is they don't understand that. Like, you can always bluff the river. Like, you don't have to always bluff the flop in the turn, especially when you have no equity. Like, you can put a little bet in on the river if he checks or something.
Can I get one more water?
Everyone assumes that their bluffing spot's gonna be stolen from them from their opponent. Like, man, if I don't bet here, they're gonna bet, and I'm never gonna have a chance to win it. So,
it's just cool to get out.
And this is crazy. I mean, I'm not a pro like you, but if they do take it from you and bet the river, you can still bluff.
Yeah, you could. You could definitely still go
It costs more, but you can still do it.
But yeah, the great thing about that is a lot of people don't expect it either. Like, this guy checks, now you're raising me? Like, I never get raised here. Like, did they river the set or something?
Right, it's always, honestly, when you get raised in the river like that, when it's like makes no sense, and I'm like, did you hit your like 2-outer? Do you have fours? And sure enough, they have fours.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, like, again, they don't show aggression earlier in the hand, and all of a sudden they raise the river. It's like,
what's the back time?
It's not a popular bluff situation.
Right. Did you either flop it and you just been slow playing it the whole way, or did you just drill the 2-outer in the river?
Yeah, we all know those spots where we get raised and we just feel sick. We're like, really?
No. Like, how do you have it, but you know they have it?
Yeah. I think the really good players are good at recognizing, you know, some those difficult spots to bluff in and when to bluff and really pulling that trigger. Those difficult bluff spots.
Not what I hear, but I read in the story.
Yeah.
Martin Cabral has busted the main Jimmy Bluffin in the chat, letting you guys all know. We saw him making the walk out.
He's number 2 in Player of the Year now? Did Sean Deeb pass him?
Yeah, Sean Deeb did pass him. Sean Deeb finished second in event number 84 earlier today.
Back to my peak.
So he is currently, he's first. Cabral second. Benny Glauser third. Scott Bowman fourth. And they're all close.
3 bracelets and you're in third. It's wild.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It's wild.
New peak.
I think I would have had a chance at Player of the Year if the standings, if they did it now like they did in 2018. Like, I think they changed it around a little bit to like reward like the massive no limit fields a little bit more points.
Yeah,
because Sean Deeb was so far ahead of me in 2018, and I had 4 final tables, 2 bracelets, a main event final table, and it was all no limit events.
I think back then they gave more weight to
cashes.
Not just cashes, but also like the bigger buy-ins.
Yes, yeah.
Like if you did well in a $10,000 mixed event with 107 players in it, you did really, really well. You got a lot of points. But if you did well in a $1,500 no limit, you didn't get as many points.
Yeah, because I think that year I had just as many bracelets as him. I had, I think, maybe 1 more final table, if not the same.
What place were you in?
I think I was in 3rd in the Player of the Year standings. But I didn't go to Europe to go play. I know that counts. Does it still count, Europe?
I believe it does. It has for a while. I don't know the current rule on it.
Yeah, I didn't end up going to Europe
All my
so
tables so
I
far
don't
have
think
been really friendly.
I don't even know if I would. Maybe I would have won if I was in first. I don't know.
I really enjoy that.
Probably not.
Yeah, they have tinkered with the with the scoring throughout the years to try to make it perfect. It's impossible to make everybody happy.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I think
the year Chris Ferguson won was really disappointing because he really didn't do much.
All those back then the cash is really.
He cashed like 82 times. It was like stupid.
The pitcher with all those.
Don't advise it.
All those slips, those cash.
Yeah, and he would do the max late reg, so he could play as many tournaments. He'd do max late reg. And basically, okay, if I get a double up, I'm going to cash.
Well, I'm just saying, I can't be making a tight 14
I think he
big
cashed
blind
like 21 times that summer.
Yeah, it was
Just
something
insane.
absurd. And there was a lot less events too. I think too. Like I think they keep adding a little bit.
There was only 81 that year. Wow. Yeah, we had 100 events this summer.
Wow.
How much?
100 events.
I probably played my lowest volume.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
summer.
table drop.
I think I've only played like maybe 60K worth of events.
Only?
I mean,
Yeah,
you could really fire a lot of events.
No, yeah. I mean, considering there's 100K super high rollers and 50K.
One tournament can like cover that, like 150K.
Especially with the re-entries.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. This is not a re-entry, by the way. Rigby's going to raise. Jean just calls this time.
Yeah. Just got to keep that down. We'll try to push you around. Just kind of, just me and you.
Has there been multiple Player of the Years?
Yeah.
Yes, Daniel Negreanu has won it twice.
I'm the guy wearing the shirt, so
and
don't take
obviously
my
Sean Dave looking to become only the second player to win it more than once.
join
Daniel Negreanu almost won it the third
It's
time.
such a low bar these days. People
So
can
you'd
call
be looking
themselves
to join
that,
Daniel Negreanu? Only two.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. Appreciate the faith you have in me.
Rigby could get in trouble here. Ace versus ace.
22 minutes.
3 would chop it up. 4 would win it for Rigby.
Performance coach now too.
So
I'll take
Rigby
it.
raised.
Add it to the LinkedIn bio. I appreciate
First
that.
act. Raise.
And John is going to raise here.
Thank you.
That's different.
Yeah, when you ship this thing, just make sure when you're holding the cash.
But he
you
did
like,
bet
hey,
such a small
this Aaron
sizing.
guy
So
Yes.
on day 2.
Yeah, I think if you bet a normal sizing, he would just call.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll be on the rail
Rigby.
now. I'll be just.
Is
cheering
this
you
our
on. I
path
was
to
gonna go home, like,
500?
after I bust, but
Well,
now I gotta
the
stay
thing
here.
is, I mean, John just shouldn't have ace king in this spot. Like maybe he has
No.
ace 3, maybe king 3 suited, but most likely like ace queen, ace jack, something like that.
He shouldn't even have threes here. Like, you shouldn't be calling threes after UTG raises with all the people behind you.
John's only got 83,500 behind. I don't know how he gets away from this.
So you're almost there.
I think the hand before that where he didn't bet the turn, it's now in his head where he's like, I just think he thinks he's good here a lot. Like,
Oh, of
majority of
course.
time.
Oh, really?
He didn't raise the flop because he thought he was
Amazing.
behind.
Yeah.
I mean, ace queen's want to be one of your stronger flats.
Rigby just drills the turn.
You have any 25Ks?
No.
I bet Rigby just puts it in
25Ks?
here.
I mean, 2 diamonds out there, he certainly could.
But like the chance of getting on there, yeah.
Rigby's not subtle.
No.
It's like a hammer.
Is it?
But he's just going to call. Now what's the play on the river?
I like to just
there's
call.
no
I
other
would never raise, but. Ooh, that's a bad card for John. That's like a
I've never even
complete
played this
brick.
room.
No,
Yeah.
no like jack,
Yeah,
10,
that's
no
nice. Table really
diamond,
good.
Board
no
pairing.
deuce, no deuce, no 5, no board pair. Just the 8.
Even a backdoor diamond, like you said.
Wonderful.
The question is,
Oh,
I mean,
Rigby checks it here.
Wow.
Oh, wow. John checks it back.
I was gonna say, is he gonna check back the river?
Say it out loud. The cameras will hear you.
He's like, I hate you, Rigby.
He really is.
He's like, I got this guy. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
can't beat an hand.
I just cannot
Yeah,
beat
thank
this
you
guy.
very
How does
much.
this guy keep making 2 pair
Chad?
versus me? I keep having top pair, good kicker, and this guy
love to hear
keeps
that
making
interview.
2 pair.
You're like,
it's
thank you
easy.
very much. And
How many
also,
fires
But
again?
meanwhile,
something for the
John
cash game players.
probably very easily could have gone broke there.
Yeah, I mean, at least bet.
Yeah.
They don't
I might have
30,
bet that
35.
river. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's an interesting
I really think
river
doing,
spot there.
I wouldn't do that. But doing extra little things to make the game more fun would be an amazing way to grow it. Yeah.
Jack
'Cause
10 just rips it. Just rips right there. And I bemoan and just call off and say,
when
show
you
me the
have
threes. Yeah.
When you got Jack 10, yeah.
You hear him? He's like, show me threes.
Okay.
Even they didn't have 5 cards.
I don't think
Not
3
yet.
should be calling their pre-flop.
When you win the
though.
main, they will have 5 card turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
take that one.
It hit there and it went right there.
Live by the
Stefan
same
John now down to 63,000 chips.
Not Gambit.
Again, I mean, no reason to panic. Still has 32 bigs.
Yeah. When we started watching, it was around 150.
tilted.
I guess who's in the big blind for this raise?
I
Get
get-
another heads up. He's
Sorry
going to get
to
another
get tilted about
confrontation with his favorite.
Sorry? I
His
said it's hard to
favorite
get
friend
tilted
here.
about ace jack, right?
From a psychological perspective, I mean, Jean's still fine. He's got 32 big blinds, but he doesn't feel that way right now, does he?
No, yeah, this is
No,
where like experience really comes into play. You just have to be really controlled with your emotions at the table and realize this is a long event. You still have a lot of chips. You know, you're at 150. Wow, tight fold there, but I don't mind it.
Ooh.
We're on. I think the king queen off is a little bit more likely to 3-bet, and the king queen suited is more likely just to call here. You don't want to re-raise and then get shoved on.
Yeah, you hate that, don't you?
Yeah, so that's why the king queen off is the better hand to 3-bet out of the.
He decides to just call, takes your advice.
You know, Rigby's playing his big.
Yes. Oh, Rigby's got,
I mean, he didn't need this good of a hand.
Rigby's got like top 5% for him.
Yeah.
One diamond, one spade, one club, and it's the 8s that are still very much in the lead. Backdoor possibilities for both Rigby and Barone. The 8s check. Aaron gonna check as well. Oh, what a turn card.
Wow.
The money card here. Aaron turns the straight draw, the flush draw. He's still got the overs as well.
I think he just wins the hand here on the turn.
But when he calls, what kind of hands does he just call with?
Suited Broadway's hands.
Yeah.
Suited 10 jacks, you know, 8-9 suiteds, you know, your pairs, your ace suiteds.
Rigby out of the way, and Stefan John.
Could even call with, you know, sometimes with like ace jack.
Gonna let it go?
Yeah.
Should beat myself up for not betting 30 on that river. Could have ace jack. Possible.
Rigby's now realizing that he missed some value with his ace 4
He's
hand.
going jack 10.
So he could have ace jack, buy it, and think he has ace queen there.
It was raise flop that turn or check out your hand?
Yeah.
Check call flop, check call turn.
Don't tell anyone. Only me and
I
you.
mean, he had the action a little bit wrong. He did
Hey,
that
okay,
small
you're
on the
in too,
flop.
you're
He
in, you
said
know
check
too.
call, check call.
Diamonds.
But he kind of put out that probe bet of, what, 3K?
It is amazing, by the way. I mean, the
they're
hand
gonna
was
see
like
it on TV. It's
6 minutes ago, and he's already getting the action wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, yeah.
6 minutes ago.
Maybe he just kind of interpreted his 3K bet as like a check almost. Aces for Barone.
Aaron's starting to pick up some heat.
He's had a good time at this table so far.
Yeah, he came to the table with what, about 150,000? Kind of just like risk-free is added.
Yeah.
20%.
Yeah, he's had like 20-some K since he's been here.
Oh, and it's Renee Knapp thinking about making a move here with the suited connector. They're deep.
Yeah, he's at least going to be involved.
I
think
mean,
he's deciding his options, whether he wants to call or raise. He seems like he's been on the more aggressive side.
and he is going to raise.
He's definitely one of the more aggressive players at the table.
Yeah, Aaron started the hand with about 90 big blinds.
Don't you just hate seeing the 3-bet when you have aces? You're just like,
oh, it's terrible.
like, oh man, you.
More often than not, you min-range the aces and you get 4 callers, and you're like, really?
Yeah.
Come on,
And
squeeze.
it just comes
Somebody
like
squeeze.
the Jack 10-8 or something, or the 5-6-7. You're like, oh, lovely.
That's exactly what I wanted.
Now that we are at
90 big. 90 big blinds deep. Are you ever
Yeah.
kind of getting tricky with this, or just calling, or are you always 4-betting?
Always 4-betting. This deep, out of position, always
immer zu
4-betting.
Every day.
trifft
We
immer
used
zu,
to
ja.
like make fun of how much he talked about it.
Jedes Mal.
Thank you.
Because you know you're going to be 4-betting other hands as well, so you want to have your very good hands in there.
The
You
original pointer, the
wanna
diver.
juice up that pot.
Oh, he was the original.
Maybe you can
diver?
find a cooler situation against kings
Oh,
or
yeah,
something.
I do remember that because he used to talk about it all the time, but he'd never talked about you, and it was because it was Pete's.
There is the 4-bet. Looks like 33,000.
R.I.P. Pizza.
So the raise to 4, the 3-bet to 11, 4-bet to 33, and a quick fold from Renee Knapp. And Aaron
daddy
now up
diaper
to
lives
200,000 chips, or 100 big blinds. Natalie Bodie on the floor once again. We saw Melanie Weisner yesterday, and now it's time for Natalie to catch up with her.
Picking on me.
That was like big for me.
Catching up with Melanie Weisner towards the end of the night, last level. How's today gone for you?
Honestly, it's been kind of rough. I have had great draws and tough spots, and you need both to go well. So, but I'm hanging in there.
But even still, the main event, it's so unique, so many aspects about it. What do you think really stands out that you look forward to when it comes to this event?
Honestly, like I just love that people come from everywhere to play this as a bucket list event. It's a beautiful structure. It's very electric. You know, there's a bit of magic in the air, and I think that as a poker player that has played, you know, so many tournaments online and live on tour throughout the years, this is a super special event, and it is markedly different than anything else. And it is a real privilege as a player to be able to play this particular event with this particular structure and have kind of the room to play it as it deserves to be played. It's very, very cool.
Very well said. We appreciate the time. Best of luck the rest of the night. Thank you, Melanie.
Melanie Weisner, I know Melanie well. The LA area, poker grinder, and you couldn't tell that she's had a tough day from her smile. She looks like she's having a blast. She looked like she was on about starting stack right there.
Yeah, Melanie's great. Great person. I took a trip with her and Liv way back in the day to South Africa to play a WBT.
Oh,
that
wow.
that was interesting. We went on like safaris and did different stuff. It was really cool.
Isn't that that's one of the coolest things about poker? Like
4,000.
The
4,000.
The opportunities that it brings you. I know, obviously, I know that there was a time, I don't know if you're still doing it, where you go on cruises every November, whether it's South Africa, talking about going to Prague with the EPT. I mean, there's so many amazing places that poker can take you.
Oh yeah, I've been partnering with Norwegian Cruise Line now for over 10 years. It's great. The first trip I took with Norwegian when we did the tournament, the main event, we got like 150, 170 players, and now we're up to over 1,000 for the main.
That's crazy.
With a high roller and a bunch of other side events, and now we got the whole ship is just poker.
Is it just poker, the whole ship?
The whole ship is just poker now.
That's
we finally got to the point.
I remember doing commentary with you back when the World Series was still at the Rio, and you were asking me like, "Hey, do you want to go?"
4 players.
And I was like, I've got the kids, and I can't go, but it sounded like so much fun.
It's such a good trip that I can never miss it.
Ace 10-4. Chidwick with ace jack, Newey with ace 9.
I chopped the main one here for over 100, but every year.
Wait, you're the host. You can't win. It's not how it works. You're supposed to lose.
I've had a lot of success on that trip, a lot.
That's fun. You get a little cruise out of it.
I almost have more success on that trip than the World Series.
Do you bring your lady on it as well?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
My mom.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So you get a vacation out of it. You get to play some poker. So it's kind of a working vacation.
Yeah, there's a lot of friends that come, a lot of family. We always have.
That's awesome.
We always have a pretty big group.
Sounds like fun. Oh.
Lonnie Harwood always does it too with me. Reese did it one year. Mizraki did it one year.
Jack is going to play. Lonnie Harwood is amazing. I love her. That's honestly now I'm really, I always have FOMO about playing this event if I don't get to play it, but now I'm like, this Norwegian cruise sounds great. I want to go.
It's so the whole year they run satellites on all their other Norwegian ships, so they just run satellites all year round. So it's all cruise goers, not like your casuals. Like, you see the craziest stuff there.
I imagine so. Chidwick has been, he has been patient. He has been biding his time. You know he's not going to give his chips away. He started this hand with 79,000 chips, and he's going to end it with more than that. And now it's just a question, can Newey get away from it?
Look at that. Chidwick's been floating around 60, 70K, 80K all day, and then makes a few hands, makes trips a couple times, and boom, he's going to be over 100. This is going to be a really hard one to get away from Newey. I don't see him ever folding. But Newey's, he's tough to get chips out of, you know? He's a very smart poker player.
Yeah. Over 5 million in live earnings. When he does pay him off, he's going to see the bad news. Not surprised. You can see the nod of the head. I think he kind of expected it, but he's just getting too good a price, and he just had too much hand to fold. I mean, and Stevie doing what Stevie does, and suddenly he's back up to 120,000 chips.
Yeah, you got Pip +1, you know. He's clearly value betting, and you got one hand under him, you know. It just seems like a very easy call there. But his spider senses were there. You could tell. He knew something was up.
So are you suggesting that poker games on cruise ships are not tough?
Oh my gosh! Like
I actually went on a cruise in April. I had it planned for a while. It was my one of my dear friends' birthdays, and we all went. Like 4 or 5 couples went, and there was a casino there, and they said there might be a poker game, and I was like, yeah, but how big? And they're like, yeah, usually it's like 1-2, but there was like a 5-10 game that went. It was like a 2-5-10 game that went every night, and I tell you, it's.
I saw someone lose over 150,000 in a 5-10 game in a few days.
Okay, this game wasn't that good, but I mean, when I'm telling you that the players in this game could not, they'd be losing game players in like just your normal 1-2 game in any casino. It was like it almost felt wrong winning.
That's honestly my first year taking the cruise. I've never felt bad at the poker table ever, but Dave, I really felt bad at this poker table. Like, there was this one hand, the pot was $200, and I bet $5,000. It was a cash game. I bet $5,000, knowing the guy was going to call me, because they never folded.
Because they never folded, right?
And
no matter what the pot, it doesn't make a difference. You went 3x pot. It made no difference.
There was this one hand where the hand was ace, 9, 7, 5, and the guy called $600, which was almost a pot-sized bet on the river, with 4-3. Playing the board, he goes, I just want to see your hand.
I just want to see it.
There was a hand where I saw
great.
Ryan Reese played where it was like a 10-4-3 rainbow board.
Reese the Beast, the 2013 main event champion.
And he had like pocket 4s or pocket 3s. He flopped a set. And the guy had pocket 10s, and he bet, and Reese was thinking about what to do. And the guy goes, shows Reese pocket 10s. He goes, just fold with your hand. And Reese is like, thank you, and folded his set face up.
That is crazy. Dave Margie with King High. Wang here with Queen High. Not much going on in the pot. Gave us a moment to talk about some cruises. Yeah, like I said, my games weren't quite as lucrative, but I was able to pay for the cruise pretty much, which was nice.
That's always nice. And they really like, a lot of problems you see with the cruise ships is like the rake is like astronomical like during the regular year.
It was astronomical,
yeah,
but still it was still good. The game was good enough; it didn't matter.
Yeah, they cap it at like anywhere from like I think it's around like $10 cap or something like this. Like I couldn't be part of the like if the rake was so high.
Well, rags to riches. You don't need to go on a cruise to win a lot of money, although you can. How about PokerGo Studios? And in fact, you can win a $5,000 poker package to play at PokerGo Studios in Las Vegas. True Classic and PokerGo are giving you that opportunity. You got to go to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Tell them your poker story, and who knows, you could be the next rags to riches story over at PokerGo.
Bank account.
I think Caesars has a partnership with Norwegian.
Commission, right?
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, then listen, then
that's how I got the first cruise. They're the ones that hooked me up with the whole
Really?
deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Sounds fair.
Where does the cruise go, by the way?
Typically, we've left at different spots, but majority of the time it's always leaving out of Florida, like Miami most time. This time we're leaving out of Jacksonville.
I don't trust them
but it's
much.
always like going like the Eastern or Western Caribbean. One time we left out of New Orleans. One time we left out of New York.
Them, but not like 10 million.
But most of the time it's just, you're leaving
like
out of Florida.
Caribbean, though.
Yeah.
Okay. partner?
No, so if they
Wangler.
No.
Gonna raise the button with the old
Wow.
4 deuce.
Wow, let's go Lions.
See, this is what I love though. You look at this guy.
He doesn't
And
look like the 4 deuce kind of guy, right?
Right?
End of the night, it looks like he's like, ready to coast through it. Not him. Not
Be careful
Lions.
about judging a book by its cover. Power on 462,000 chips. As we look at this Ace Queen 7-2 club board.
Have we seen Power lose a hand that he was in?
Not many. I mean, really, not many. And he's played a lot. I mean, he's at a 34% VPIP. He's been very active. Not Rigby active, but still very active.
Yeah, like he hasn't been in too many big pots, and he started the table with, what, 240, I think?
So Power bets Rigby going to attack, because when you've got king high on this board, you've got to do that.
This is wild. This is great stuff. I love this.
Like,
all right.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. Power's just going to give it up. Rigby just, you know what? I'm just going to attack.
I wonder if like any of
Maybe a
all the
straight draw,
all the
but
checking that
I don't even like my hand
Power's
against
been doing
those.
to him, and like where he kind of has been hanging on the rope.
Especially
I wonder if that's like was in his head where he's like, man, he's been checking all his big hands for me to bet. Like, is he really that strong betting? I don't know. Maybe that came into his head, or maybe I don't know. That was great.
Every
raise,
time I
though.
raise and you call,
Yeah, it's certainly
I was
possible. I mean, he
expecting to
did
get
bet the sixes.
It never happened.
Maybe
Right, but that
happened
also
one
wasn't a
time,
big
or like
hand. It was he was
call, and
probably,
never
probably
again.
pretty happy in that spot to just take it down.
Yeah, and as with the sixes,
How
like
many
he didn't
three
have
bets at the
a
table?
monster or
No.
anything.
Now, you
so
wonder
it's
if Rigby's kind of picked up like, okay,
in
he's
my mind,
betting
I'm
the
like,
marginal
Maybe.
showdown hands, but checking the hands where he really wants to give me enough rope to hang myself.
I mean, we got to give Rigby some
Yeah,
credit.
clubs last
I
time?
mean, or
Huh?
a lot of credit. I
Yeah,
mean, he
clubs last time?
builds stacks and he plays a lot of hands, so his intuition or his reads are.
Listen, he's at a 56% VPIP. The vast majority of players who play that style are gone.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look
He's
at the
got
biggest
talent.
losers online, they're the highest VPIPers.
Right, he clearly has talent. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, I'm
Maybe a
sure
little
there are
bit of
people in the
flavor.
chat. Go ahead. I know you chat pros. I'm sure there are people be like, oh, he's terrible. I would kill him. Okay. Come play. You could come tomorrow morning. Registration's still open.
We're gonna see that thing.
You'll
going
be in day
pretty
3.
loose, or
He reminds me of
we're
my
gonna see those going
my
in
friend
pretty
Craig
loose here,
Garnell.
or-
Like
I've been playing with like
we always tell him,
25
like
stack pretty much.
you just play a little bit less
since the
hands,
start
man.
of
You're
the day.
be crushing it. And like
I know what I would do if I had this.
Are you the
you know,
kind
he's
of person
been
who
he's
you
been
wanna
down
make
the back a little
day
bit more
three,
hands
or
now,
you
playing a
wanna
little tighter.
either
He's been having
level
great
up or not
results
come?
and stuff.
It
But
just doesn't-
he's one of those
doesn't
guys.
matter,
like,
Again,
I would
he's
have
really
to
good at
throw
playing
it in
post flop,
before
really good
the
at
end of
knowing
the
where he's
day,
at,
be
knowing when to
Oh,
apply
I'll
pressure,
gladly come back
just like
with 10
Rigby.
big
And
hands home for another day, but
Yeah.
it's not like
That's
I'm
what I was
trying
asking.
to, you know, like.
Some people are like, oh, you gotta extend.
Yeah, I
travel
would throw it
plans.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not coming.
No, I don't.
15-minute drive tomorrow. No thanks. You can have my 10,000.
I always say it's hard for a tiger to change its stripes.
It is.
All pots yours.
They are who they are.
Hands in the muck.
I also always said that like
The right spot to jam.
coaching or any people I've ever helped in poker,
He's scared.
it's always a lot easier to teach someone that's never played before because you're teaching them like the right fundamentals from the start versus like trying to get someone to like change their habits and patterns, and because everyone does what they do because they either feel it's correct or that's how they feel comfortable. To tell people to do something that they're not
I
comfortable
appreciate
doing
the
is
words, though.
a little bit harder than teaching someone from the start.
Running you down.
Oh, they bring the cooler in for like last
Now
10
you've
minutes.
Players having a good time right now as we
And you've
wind
worked hard. You've
down.
pretty much done everything a dealer needs to do.
It
other
is
than
beer
pick.
level for many of the players. I don't see anybody here drinking
Yeah.
beer, but I guarantee you they are being passed around here in Paris and at the Horseshoe. When you coach, do you try to coach specifically to somebody's strengths? Or, I mean, in the sense like you trying to be like, okay, this is who they are. I'm not going to change who you are. Let's try to mold that. So, like, you know, you would coach Rigby in a different way than you would coach somebody else.
Yes and no. I think when I don't coach all that often, just because I'm not a huge fan of it. But I do coach like good friends, or like I coach my wife got pretty decent at poker just because she had no idea what she was doing, and she listened and watched and learned for a long time. And now she's a pretty solid player. But I coach more of like here's the absolutes. Here's what you should do with this hand and these situations, and then like as soon as like hands become like, well, you could do this, you could do this. It's kind of like I let them play their style and let them kind of figure it out a little bit where, like, you know, you could take different approaches with different hands. I'm like, you know, do what you think is correct. And they'll be like, what do you think? What is correct? I'm like, well, there's not a given answer in this situation. There's like, you know, maybe 80% of the time you do this, maybe 20%, maybe 60% you do this. So it's like in the unabsolute situations, like I let them play their game.
Yeah.
Hold that thought here. Rigby raises in early position, by the way. Franklin defends the big blind. And we're going to get an all-in here. Rigby with a pair and a backdoor flush draw. Franklin with a pair of nines.
Well, I mean,
3-1 favorite to double up.
Now. You know Franklin has to be happy here after gets a snap called, and then he's like, oh boy, am I in trouble? And he's like, oh, I'm in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good shape.
Randomly running
You're expecting at like, at best, you're like, does he have an over and a flush draw?
You're not evil. You just...
Let's go, Franklin.
Yeah, it's got to fade one more card. A 6 or a 3 eliminates him. Otherwise, he will double up. Back to essentially starting stack.
Nothing against Rigby. I just like rooting for short stacks.
No, I mean, listen, Franklin looks like a good guy.
But you're going to be the first suspect.
Oh! Oh, man. He was been Rigby'd.
Have a good night, guys.
He has been Rigby'd, my friend. And Matthew Franklin, and we were just saying it. I mean, he's a good guy. He's had a lot of fun. You never want to see somebody eliminated. Rigby would have been fine without that one, but he's fine with it.
I think so. He was big blind. He defended.
The man eats.
He defended big
Is Rigby going to be exactly where he was at when we asked if he could be at 0 500?
He might be. He might be exactly. I mean,
when I had kings.
It's been volatile for him, as you'd expect, but. I'm not sure if any of this is GTO Wizard approved, but the only way to find out is to check it out at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Beat the best, crush the rest over at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. GTO Wizard, a proud sponsor of the 2025 World Series of Poker. Once again, David Tuckman, Joe Cata in the booth, Natalie Bodie on the floor. I want to thank all of you for joining us and remind you we are back at it tomorrow and every day until we award that beautiful bracelet. Full disclosure, I have no idea if it's been returned, though. Chris Angel, I don't know, he made it disappear and I haven't seen it back. So
yeah, you mentioned GTO Wizard. If anyone wants to just go on there, you get 10 free hands a day, I think they give you, where you kind of get quiz and stuff like that. It's a little cool quiz that I was talking about earlier. So it's a little free 10 hands every day if you want to go test it out.
That's what I love about it. I mean, like I said, it is actually, when solvers kind of first started, I found it really difficult. I was talking to a couple of coaches about it, and they were like, oh, check this out. And I went and I was like, I'm just not very, when it comes to technology, I don't get along with it very well.
Yeah.
And I found it really difficult just to even navigate and figure out what I was looking at.
They are very difficult.
Right, and then honestly, GTO Wizard was quite easy. I was like, okay, this is a lot easier.
Yeah.
And yeah, to your point.
I mean, I know for the longest time I didn't ever mess with solvers really just because the complexity of them, and I just realized that, or I just thought that, I'd rather spend my time in the arena battling than trying to understand this solver. But now it's like they make it way easier and less complicated, and they improved them a lot.
It's on him.
Here.
Nice flop here. I mean, you flat a raise with ace-10 and just big 10-5-3, and you got the 10 of diamonds as well. I mean, really nice flop for Aaron. Power out of the way. Killing Taurus is done with it, right?
You got nothing going here.
No, I mean, honestly, the ace-8 suited.
One spade on the flop.
Yeah. Just going to let it go. Maybe a little bit frustrated. Still on 221,000 chips, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not frustrated.
The semi-pro soccer player, which I don't even know what that means.
Probably like,
thought I raised.
I'd assume it's something like League 2 or like a.
Doesn't that mean you're
like
pro?
A National League.
I mean, if you're getting paid, you're pro.
Let's go.
Yeah, maybe they just they just don't look at it like that.
I'm wondering if they're announcing how many hands left.
right?
Could be.
Maybe you'll double through. Maybe it'll be a good one.
You are big.
That might be what's going on right now.
What's up?
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen a walk yet.
Yeah, button coming here.
I don't think we have.
Yeah.
So we did the math wrong?
Once again, deal 5 hands.
Five hands.
Oh, terrible.
5 hands left in the night.
5 hands. I'm starting to think that Rigby will not be at a $500,000 or 0.
5 more. Not this one. 5 more.
But he is going to be higher than the line you said at 48%.
On the bag, no nicknames.
Yeah,
celebrated.
probably.
I thought we were gonna
He's
dodge
at
it.
56 right now.
The next hand.
That's wild.
Aaron gonna raise. Renee Knapp.
Ah, yeah.
I imagine 3-bet this. Now these guys are deep. Again, 100 big blinds deep for these two players.
I thought he was.
Yeah, we're gonna see a post flop in here with the inflated pot. Power.
Just always gets against me.
Late position. It's a cutoff. Okay, I was wondering. Yeah, I thought maybe it would happen. It's a cutoff raise and a button 3-bet. Power doesn't believe it. He's got the chips. He's gonna 4-bet. Rigby's got king queen. He's gonna let it go, and he hates that.
Yeah, once the
Aaron
last time
out of the
he's
way.
king queen.
And
I don't
Renee
know, man.
Knapp's got to decide.
That guy's got nothing to do with me.
Just 5 hands left. How much does he want to risk?
Yeah,
as we head to day 3.
That's been one of the more aggressive players at the table too, and I think Chad recognizes that.
Well, and I mean, think about it. It's an upswing. It's an upswingpoker.com coach.
Cut off. Then
It's a German guy, German 3-betting, right? I mean, nobody needs to have a big hand here. It turns out they actually had pretty good hands. 7s and ace king.
I expect.
For the record, Aaron was actually in great shape because we saw that king queen was out there as well.
I expect Knapp to just call here, to be honest.
Yeah, they're gonna have to censor this. You keep rubbing that thing any harder.
He does just call. He's in position. 64,000 in the pot, so we do see a flop. Not between the 7s and the ace king, but between the ace 3 and the ace king. And look at this.
And
wow.
This is your path to victory right here.
By the way, another butterfly effect. There is a situation where our man Rigby could have been at a $500,000 chips because Rigby had king queen.
Yes. Yes. And
I
Power
mean,
had ace. That would have been a huge confrontation.
Right?
No.
I mean, there is definitely a world where this pot gets absolutely enormous between those two. Instead, it's ace 3 of spades versus ace king.
Like, I expect ace king on majority of boards to like continue, but this is one of the few boards that you just
hate?
give up. Yeah, the queen high, like you just have
Why?
nothing.
Is queen high or spades? What is it?
Yeah, the queen out there is problematic. Like you just got basically just 2 overs, no backdoor flush draws. Like
we talked about
even your overs aren't necessarily like might be outs either.
And
like
we talked about Pete.
they might have ace queen, they might have kings, they might have aces. And then even if they have like something like
the pizza card protector,
you know, queen.
We
like,
talked.
I don't know. It's a terrible board to continue
We
with
talked
ace
about
king.
how
Like, if it came like
pizza's the
8,
original
4,
dirty
3,
diaper.
like, he's not going anywhere.
Right. Makes sense. Okay. Just
We
yeah,
pay
it's
our
just
respects.
Chad Power up to 481,000 chips. I always find it interesting, like, you know, what if, right? Because that hand could have played out much differently.
I participate. What's is it? It was Matthew Waxman. He had a league.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, that was great where everyone played, like, everyone had teams and you played all the exact same situations.
No.
It was really
Never
cool to
has
see,
been.
like, how different everyone played different hands
Yeah, you
and
did what I
how
was
the
considering
spider
doing.
web effect, you know, changed things with someone's just minor decision to either
Walked off
raise
there.
or fold, where, you know, everything can be completely different just based on one person's action.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the raise isn't there, then does the king queen stick along? I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of a. I mean, there is a world where that could have gone 4 ways to the flop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kilantaris raising with ace king.
I was good.
You think
Stefan's got ace jack here in the big blind.
Sorry. Uncalled for.
You think Rigby
You have
would ever
tens,
flat
jacks?
king queen to a 3-bet there? If
That would work.
I'm not going to try to predict what he would do. I don't know, man.
That's fair. That's
I mean,
Here
I'm
we
not
go.
going to. Who
This is
knows?
an interesting hand.
It really is.
Wow, just called.
Me?
Oh,
Well, yeah,
no.
you've been
Man, he's been in some rough
You've
situations
been crazy,
today.
man.
Yeah, he really has. And
not to mention, I
there's
have
a day
like
off
10
between
deuce in my
this and
hand,
day
like,
3 for them.
When
And
you
there
see
might
the
be a
stream,
thought process
watch
where
how
it's
many
like, you know
times I
what?
have 10 deuce. It's like uncanny.
Yeah.
That's
Sometimes that
completely
creeps into your
unplayable.
head.
Well, let's see.
Which apparently Aaron likes,
see if
but
he
for
can
me
get
it's
a-
boring. I don't like. Aaron gets
Stay
the
alive
7
after
deuce,
this
like,
hand.
yes.
I mean,
He's
he's got
a chunk.
Yeah.
He started the hand with 27 bigs. He's got ace-jack on an ace-4 board. Is he supposed to go broke?
No, but he's supposed to lose at least 2 bets. At least.
I had king queen. I'm like, yeah, probably 4
He
betting.
could
here.
lose 3 bets depending the run out.
Like
Like it runs out
You
like
can put the cold 5 in.
deuce,
Great hand.
7 or something like that.
Cards in the well.
Like then he's gonna be in one of those spots where it's like
Please have a
he's
seat.
gonna put to the test.
Small bet here. There's a
Yeah,
call.
yeah, yeah.
22,000 in
It's
there
okay.
now.
I'm happy for you.
So ace king feels great.
You know, you've had a rough last couple minutes. You deserve a little something good.
Now Stefan's
You've been doing that great
kicker
karma
doesn't
work
even
with the deal.
play.
Ace king still feels
No,
great
a
here.
little
Ace
more.
jack feels a little
Less great.
yeah, because now
485.
now he chops with the
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
the ace rags, ace suited hands.
I'm just
that
gonna hang
raise.
out here for 20 minutes.
Ace suited hands.
Why would I
that
try to
raise
run
early.
through there? Yeah, it's so bad.
480.
85.
I'd pay an extra 1K in rake.
I mean, Tara's thinking about what to do here. Pot's 22,000.
You can't put your opponent
You're
on ace
listening,
queen.
WSOP.
They would
You
just
exit
ship it in
1K
pre-flop with
extra
ace queen
rake.
given their stack size.
475.
I guess it's right here.
481.
4 would most likely check raise the flop. And if not check raise the flop, they're going to check raise the river. So
I
you might
put
as
no
well just.
respect on.
I don't remember.
on
You just
your
got to keep
boy
betting
being
with
a
ace king here. You
superstar.
got
I
to get
didn't
value
know.
from all aces.
I've been out the game too long, man. You know,
More
superstars.
likely.
Superstars come up out of the
And
league.
he's gonna. It looks like 11,000.
No, it looks.
And I
is it-
didn't
yeah, 11.
put any
11. He goes
respect
half
on you
pot,
telling me
which
your boy's the man.
if he calls,
I
Stefan
know.
will have 33,000 left. The pot will be 44.
Yeah, he's going to want to.
These guys are so lucky.
You
There's
know
only
he's-
4 more
he's not
hands,
rooting
man,
for it,
'cause he'd
but
just be.
He's rooting
He'd
for
be
hard
going and
to
going.
go check.
The dealer's the luckiest. He hated it more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Look at him smirking. He's trying to be so professional right now.
It's too hard to fold at this point.
Yeah.
It's the river that's going to. Well, the river might be easier to fold now with the queen out there because the best you can do is chop in some situations.
This was 1 of 5, right?
They're already passing bags out everywhere else.
I mean, we're all human. There's a little bit of thought go into it. Oh no.
No, he's not putting it. Don't do it.
Does there a little bit of thought go into it going, if I
Lock
call
you off.
this
Yeah,
and I'm
double
wrong,
chip stack.
do I really want to stick around in
I
Vegas
go
for
with
a
the
day
double
and then
chip
come
stack.
back with like a
Oh,
no?
no.
Yep, there's it.
That
All
doesn't,
in.
that doesn't even make sense.
I'm short like 11.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's just I don't want to stick around in Vegas with a nub.
11K.
Wait, did Killen Tars just fold?
I guess
No,
I'll
no,
stay
no,
in the
I'm
tournament just for
thinking.
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like 150.
I was like, wait, what?
It's not a comfortable spot.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Really?
you don't expect
I think I started.
your opponent to
If either of us
jam
go
over
broke
ace.
before the
3K
tournament,
short
this
of
thing
double.
ends, 4 hands, 1% swap.
But it's 33,000.
I'm not saying it's going
wanna
to fold.
swap?
I'm just saying it's
Yeah,
not
one
a
of us two.
comfortable spot.
Okay, fair.
It's not like a snap.
Okay, but he's gonna call,
Don't
right?
punt it.
I mean, I would lean towards a call. Like it's
equity.
33 to win 77.
I just bring the human element of it. I do think there's something to the fact that some players are like, do I want to stick around Vegas for a day and then come back for day 3 with a nub?
That's ace. This is you think?
Yeah.
He has to call. Yeah, it's
Wow.
great calling. There's no way.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Maybe it's not comfortable, but there's no way
yeah,
he's
of
folding
course.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
There are some chop outs, but
I'm very confused. By
Stefan John is in really bad shape.
It's sharp. You should just call there all the time on the turn.
This is I don't want to stick around Vegas equity.
Ace 4 Jack.
Three hands left in the night. Stefan John has put his tournament life on the line.
I think you exactly nailed it there. I don't want to stick around Vegas for another day.
Oh!
That's why.
Wow!
Really?
Oh, I feel bad for Killen Tars. What a terrible way to end day
It's
2.
not my fault, man. I don't have any real control.
Don't talk, bro. Don't talk.
Don't talk, bro.
This
You know
piece,
what?
he puts it all in.
Put the jack away and put it back up again. I want this man on tilt for 4 hands. Put the jack up again.
Oh, he doesn't find this as comical as Chad does.
Yeah, Chad's enjoying this way more than killing Taurus.
Don't talk, bro. I'm allowed to talk. Put another jack out there.
Let's do a replay.
I just called his out. Chill.
Chad is really enjoying his time here. Players are bagging. Daniel Negreanu is vlogging.
I love those hoodies, by the way.
It's a nice hoodie. Yeah, the little Squid Game hoodie
Yeah,
from
I
GG.
think that's funny.
Yeah, it's solid. Solid. By the way, shout out to Daniel Negreanu's vlogs. They are fantastic. The outer table that we were covering is already bagged.
Chidwick ended up bagging 144.
Wow.
Yeah.
That.
Solid 217.
I didn't think he would have ace queen because I thought he would 3-bet.
Chad Power picks up kings.
Thank you. Sometimes
He explained it. He's like, I didn't think he had ace queen. He would 3-bet,
Oh,
which
sorry,
we both nailed. Like, that was crazy to shove there. That was wild. Power with king.
I just think sometimes players are like, they're just kind of over it.
And,
They're like,
the three
they've
bet
been beaten up. They've been beaten up all day. It's the end of day 2, and they're like, do I want to come back to day 3 with like 9 big blinds, or do I just want to gamble here? Maybe the guy's full.
That's a big mistake, giving up too early. Like I said, like.
Well, if you're going to give up too early, make sure you hit your 3-outer.
I bagged 11K, man. You're never out of these things. Like, you gotta really observe every last chip. You can't
Well, if
just.
Stefan John makes a deep run, we will certainly look at this moment right here.
I played like at least.
This guy, by the way, hasn't
10,
talked all day.
3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet.
Now he won't stop.
Yeah, he's
got chirping chips.
He finishes on a high note with 110.
Yeah, that's wild. My table is not like
He's
that.
gonna call home and tell his friends how well he played.
Nothing crazy.
That was wild, man. You were just saying, you're like, can he go broke here in this hand? Well, if he shoves, yeah.
Yeah, what the dealer helped him. Dealer bailed him out.
Power.
By the way,
Look at Power. 480, ace
picked
king, Rigby 3-bets him.
he picked up kings last hand. Now he picks up ace king. I mean, Power is just like ending the night in style. Gonzalez has got 10s. This is a nightmare for Rafael Gonzalez.
Does Gonzalez ship here now?
I thought that maybe I had a chance to get
got
you from
44
maybe
bigs.
I would shove.
King, ace queen, because when I call the turn,
The Rigby
and I had
effect.
to,
I mean,
with
Rigby's
my-
it's also-
playing too many hands.
I also
Three betting
like to
too.
call the river.
Oh,
He's gonna let it go.
maybe I get
Power
you-
also at the end of the night.
Ace queen, or
He's just like,
probably-
I'll just take these last couple down.
Sorry?
man.
Yeah.
What's the
Even the 4-bet hand, just 2 spades. Everything's been going Power's way today. The only hand I really seen him lose was the one. Just the one C-bet where Rigby went crazy.
When he was talking about the chop, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All in. He doesn't even want to.
Wow.
He's not
End of the night, he doesn't want to mess around. He's like, nah, you know what? I'm done.
He's like, this guy's way too sticky. I'm not making a chance of
I don't
not
want to play
flopping an ace or king and just.
Yeah, I don't want to play the hand out of position.
What's your show?
Power now up
You just
over
showed
$500,000.
1 ace of hearts.
Okay.
Yeah, you can check it on the stream.
Yeah.
There is that like end of the night dynamic, right? I mean,
I need the info.
Yeah,
people are bagging. I don't want to lose a huge pot at the end of the night.
aces or kings, he's 4-betting. The ace king, he's like, I'm just going to win this hand now.
I wanted to be, I'm done.
I don't need this nonsense of Jack 10 suitor or something calling my 4-bet, playing out of position.
I didn't want you to
If I live, you'll know what I have. Now I have
feel
to
the
raise.
4-bet and then clown around with nonsense.
Oh, I want the beer. Where's the beer, man?
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to 4-bet. You're going to call me with deuce 3. And then I just got I'm going to miss and then I have to guess.
Yeah, you just said, I don't want to
Always when
4-bet
I
you
drink beer, I
clown
need to pee.
around.
And with short stack, I need to
get
focus.
it. I get it.
Yeah.
A lot more. How many more hands? I guess one more after this.
One more after this.
Oh, fold ace 3 hearts. Big fold from Rigby.
That is huge. Rigby down to 55% VPIP. He's tightening up now.
And with the jam,
This is the last hand?
One more hand.
Top pair and
Queen
really
10
good
4,
kicker.
2 diamonds out there.
Okay, he's under
Both
the gun,
Power
yeah.
and Przansky has hit
But I
their
thought maybe
10.
you could jam, check jam. Maybe you get him to fold ace
Why do I
king,
just
ace
feel
king.
like an 8's coming or
Maybe?
something?
Give me a 4.
Might not matter.
No, it's just going to be like a bet call fold.
Yeah, look, it's a bet from Nap, a call from Power,
Yeah.
and then Przanski's going to fold anyway.
Yep.
Like
everything's going Power's way.
Power doesn't even need to like hit the 8 to win. Oh, Przanski did call. Okay, wait a second.
Oh, he did call. Okay. Well,
He
you said,
overcalled.
How do I win the main? And how do I do well in this tournament? Is you just gotta have things go your way.
Oh, wait a second.
I mean, you gotta
Renee Knapp has picked up a flush draw. He might just double barrel this.
Yeah, he's probably gonna win the hand.
Double barrel looks so strong when you bet the flop and get called in 2 spots and you still bet.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win the hand.
Only one more hand. He's tilted.
What'd you say? We have one more hand, right? Oh, yeah.
It's like a 14,000
Oh, no,
chip
yeah.
bet, and one pair of
I
10s
remember
go in the
where we
muck.
wanna be.
The other pair of
Oh, you're in
10s go in the
danger.
muck,
I don't
and
know,
Renee
danger
Knapp
busting.
picks up a nice little pot. He's
I
back
won
up over
2 hands.
200,000.
All right.
Please don't pass.
I don't
Last
wanna get
hand
1%.
of
I mean,
the
I would
night.
do it. Yeah.
I feel like there's 2 types of
Okay.
people. There are people that really want a big
Anyone's on
hand
the
in this
walk
last
all
one,
day?
and there's somebody who just, a lot of people who just want
No.
nothing,
No?
so they can just
Yeah.
fold and move on.
Oh, Rigby's definitely wants something.
Adrian Mateos over there, bagging.
Not someone you want to see at your main event table.
No, well, he is moving on to day 3, so.
How's his stack look?
Not huge, to be honest.
Got around 100 it looks like, I think. It's hard to
Couldn't
see.
see exactly how many green chips, but
I think he had like 2 or 3.
yeah, it's not huge. Maybe 140, somewhere in that range, though.
Yeah, they do. Oh, no.
Power gonna raise.
Rigby.
Gonna call.
Not over yet, man. Not over yet.
It's really fun to watch these two.
He's gone with the best
Hey,
hand,
you
by
get
the way.
together.
What's that? Yeah. 4K shy of 500K.
Heads up, and I feel like this is fitting. That the last hand of the night is between Chad Power and Nicholas Rigby.
I feel like he has Chad Power has the exact same mindset. He's like, look, check. Here you go. You want to bet? Rigby's like, no, I'm done with this.
Oh.
He's like, all right, I'll bet this now.
Rigby's picked up a straight draw.
You put your chips in it.
So I will bet this hand, though.
Yeah. Then you add more at home, and then you come back. Yeah, people
Power,
do that.
not going to go
Yeah,
anywhere
yeah.
just yet, though. This is a big bet, though. Wait a second.
Well, some people just don't
19,000
even,
into 13.
they don't know the rules of it, you know, like
anywhere. You could bet 50 and he can go anywhere.
The rest of the table will bag up a 6-2.
You protect your chips.
Battle.
right?
There's
Yeah,
the
you don't know
call.
any better, yeah.
Pot 51,000.
Yeah.
So if you're Rigby now, you know,
What's your
okay,
actual
my
name?
opponent's got something big here. He's got a queen.
Yeah.
Day's going way too well
Dimitri,
for Power
Aaron,
and for him
nice
to
to
lose
meet
this
you,
hand.
man. Yeah. Brutal hand.
Yeah, there you go. You called it. Although one of the draws did get there, Rigby's not going to go for it. No.
No, he's like, this guy always has it when he checks. You know,
Certainly
always.
does. Chad Power, it's your world. We just live in it, my friend. 524,000 for Chad Power. Rigby, it didn't go great for him, but hey, he's still on 270,000.
Power
I think he's okay. He's still got over 100 big blinds.
Power won 266K without playing a really big hand at all.
It was great playing with you, man.
Yeah, but
Especially
Yeah.
once the pre-flop's there.
Yeah, Baroni added 36,000. Gonzalez added 26,000. Killantaris basically stayed even. John lost a little bit, but he feels like a winner right now. Rigby lost 167, but he is still there. Tune in tomorrow, everybody. Coverage begins at, that doesn't work. It's 3:30 p.m. Pacific time or 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. There's 3 hours between Eastern and Pacific that I'm aware of, being from New York and living in LA. So it is 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. What a day here. It has been a lot of fun, no doubt about it. That is going to do it for us, guys. For Joe Cata, for everybody here, for Natalie Bodie, I am David Tuckman saying goodbye from Las Vegas. Good night.